So welcome to the 37th Celebrity Typing live stream. For those who don't know, the idea is this: you are meant to let me know what you want me to look at, who you want me to look at. That can be any public figure, any historical figure, anyone you want me to take a look at in terms of their personality, to assess their personality through resources available online, and I will do it in exchange for $20 as a super chat. So if that's something you'd like me to do, please make that super chat. Please mention the name of the person you want me to have a look at. Has to be a public figure, can't be someone who you personally know but no one else knows, because I just simply won't find the information. But if you send that super chat, you mention that public figure, that historical figure, doesn't have to be alive, can be dead, that's absolutely fine. I will spend the next half an hour to perhaps an hour max looking through whatever I can find to work out their personality. So if you want to do that, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Marty, for your suggestion of Tom Cruise. Let's get started. All right. Tom Cruise. So I should probably be careful with Tom Cruise because there's a high likelihood of copyright issues with YouTube when it comes to looking at him. But let's look at the Wikipedia first. All right. So this is Tom Cruise. What's his name? Tom Cruise Mapotha the fourth. Is that actually his surname, Mapotha? Yes, it is. And his father was called Thomas Cruise Mapotha III. Mapotha. I've never heard of a surname of Mapotha. What does that mean? Mapotha. Is that how you pronounce it? It's a rare Anglo-Irish surname famously associated with actors Tom Cruise and his cousin William Mapotha. It is, and that's his cousin, is it? Because it does look like him in a sort of strange way. It is a locational surname derived from the village of Mapowder in Dorset, England. Over time, dialect changes in the West Country pronunciation transformed the name into Mapotha. Okay, cool. I've never seen that surname before. I've encountered on occasionally sort of English surnames that are just so odd. I've never seen them used before. I think another one was How'd you go? Like, who's called How'd you go? Like one person with a surname How'd you go. They just have these strange surnames sometimes. But yeah, okay. Mapotha is his actual surname. Right, and so he's an American actor and film producer who achieved stardom in the 1980s through roles in films like Risky Business and Top Gun, established himself as a leading man in action and drama genres. Um, what else? Yep, key big thing here was starring in and producing Mission Impossible. He performs in many of his own high-risk stunts, so he's quite a physical guy, essentially, and that contributes to the series' technical achievements and commercial dominance, with individual installments grossing hundreds of millions worldwide. His films have collectively earned over $11 billion at the global box office. And consistent hits here, like Top Gun, to action films largely. A defining aspect of his public persona is his affiliation with the Church of Scientology, which he joined in 1986 via his first wife, Mimi Rogers, and has credited it with enhancing his discipline and performance capabilities, though his vocal endorsements have sparked debate over the organization's practices and influence on his personal life. So he was born 1962, only son among four siblings. The family faced financial instability, exacerbated by his father's unstable employment and domineering presence, which created a household ruled by fear, according to Tom Cruise. They relocated frequently to his father's job assignments, such as being a defense consultant. And he attended 15 schools across the United States and Canada. Cruise characterizes him as a bully and a coward, would lull you in, make you feel safe, then bang, subject the family to physical and emotional abuse, fostering an environment of anxiety and distrust. Goodness. And Cruise records his father's manipulative tactics as instilling a core lesson, which is don't trust him, be careful around him. He was diagnosed with dyslexia. He had academic frustration, low self-esteem amid the constant upheaval of new schools. He endured bullying, all contributed to a sense of isolation during childhood. In 1974, when he was 12, his parents divorced, and his mother relocated with them to Louisville, Kentucky. It's a Greenwich, New Jersey. The family struggled financially, with Cruz taking odd jobs to help support his mother and sisters. Despite the estrangement, he reconciled his father on his deathbed. His father died of cancer at age 49. He noted pity for his father's lonely life marked by pain and regret. So, sounds to me like someone who did pursue reconciliation and felt pity. So, not necessarily someone who was just totally possessed by that grudge and negative feeling. So, fornication, we talked about the dyslexia. Yeah. What else? Briefly pursued religious vocation. He enrolled at seminary on the Catholic Church scholarship. Initially wanted to become a priest. Spent 1 to 2 years there. He adhered to a devout routine, but ultimately departed and did not align with his inclinations. This reflects a search for structure amid personal turmoil. Sort of indicate his commitment was sincere, it's short-lived, much of emerging personal doubts rather than external pressures. So that's interesting, this sort of search for structure. Maybe this is also behind his embracing of Scientology, which we might find a bit later here. He relocated to New York City, launched an acting career, supporting himself as a busboy while attending auditions, securing representation of Creative Artists Agency. His big debut is Billy in the romantic drama Endless Love. He featured a supporting role. Okay. He expanded his range in fantasy with a lead as Jack in Ridley Scott's Legend, showcasing physical demands, including extensive stunt work. Here's where the stunt work starts, I guess. What else? He's praised for his portrayals of a young pool hustler, contributing to film's Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. He had his defining action role as Lieutenant Pete Mitchell in Top Gun. Okay. In the 1990s, transitioned from youthful leads to more mature, dramatic portrayals, with Days of Thunder. And he played driving NASCAR driver Cole Trickle. Okay. His dramatic expansion gave momentum with A Few Good Men. He portrayed Navy lawyer. I've seen A Few Good Men. The courtroom thriller adapted from Aaron Sorkin's play. First solidifying his dramatic credentials, The Firm cast him as an ambitious lawyer, managing corporate corruption. He then tackled gothic fantasy drama and Interview with a Vampire. All right. Also, Jerry Maguire featured him as a sports agent undergoing personal redemption. He had a charismatic yet flawed depiction, which won the Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy. Comment lines such as "Show me the money," boosting cultural impact. Also, Dr. Bill Hartford in Eyes Wide Shut. Right. Okay, in The Last Samurai, Mission Impossible, of course, was the biggest thing he was in, I think. So in terms of a franchise, action franchise dominance, that's what I think what he's really known for, it being in his action films, doing his own stunts. But he's also a versatile actor. He always insisted on practical stunts credited for its enduring appeal and global draw. His dedication to performing his own high-risk stunts led to several documented injuries. In film Mission Impossible, he broke his right ankle in 2 places. And he completed the take despite the injury. Production was delayed for several weeks until he recovered. Punishing biplane mid-air flight sequence, he broke his back and separated the joints of his fingers due to extreme force, resulting in severe swollen hands. Let's see what else there is. So seems like there are some business activities, independent production efforts. Co-founded Cruz Wagner Productions, Paul Wagner's former agent. He pursued non-Cruise-led films to diversify output and nurture emerging talent. Okay. This idea of moving from being sort of a central guy to being someone who nurtures the talent in others, that's interesting. That's sort of perhaps a broadening approach, sort of giving other people space when he had been sort of the big action guy. It's interesting that acquired a controlling stake in the United Artists to revive the dominant studio. This venture falls in with flops. Okay. Recent ventures, shoot partnership with Warner Brothers Discovery. It's said to produce and star in Broadsword, a World War II epic. I saw something before. When I saw something just earlier. Let me just see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. Studio partnerships and conflicts. That's it. So tensions escalated in 2006 and Paramount ended its 14-year relationship with Cruz Wagner, citing Cruz's erratic public behavior, including his Scientology advocacy and infamous media appearances, as damaging to studio's brand and contributing to perceived box office underperformance. So let's take a look at what those are. Before we look at the marriage and relationships, 3 marriages is how they've all ended in divorce. The latter 2 have become highly publicized due to custody battles, religious factors, and significant media scrutiny. And this is one for which he then got into Scientology, I think. Had no children together, but it was due to growing career demands, different personal priorities. Months after, he married Australian actress Nicole Kidman. They adopted 2 children, collaborated professionally, feels like far and away. But he was sort of adopting children rather than necessarily having your own children. It's interesting. One is due to infertility, or is it? I don't know. 2001 divorce became one of the most discussed celebrity separations. At the time, involvement with Scientology, its impact on family dynamics. Divorce on the grounds of irreconcilable differences amid reports that Cruz's deeply involved in Scientology had significant ideological rifts with Kidman. His third marriage was after meeting actress Katie Holmes, engaged in June of that year. They were in a Scientology ceremony. Their daughter Suri was born in 2006. Holmes strategically filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences, where divorce proceedings are often more private and courts in favor of stability for the child in high conflict cases, but court documents, subsequent accounts indicate primary concerns over raising Suri within Scientology, prompting Holmes to relocate there for traditional Catholic upbringing. Right, so Scientology has caused quite a few issues in terms of the relationship. And it's interesting that the children aligned with Cruz and Scientology after the divorce with Kidman. Meanwhile, his relationship with Suri has been markedly distant since a contentious 2012 divorce from Holmes, with no reported in-person contact over a decade. That's one of the most notable parental estrangements. Such concern was Holmes' desire to shield Suri from Scientology practices, which is a key factor in seeking primary physical custody. Right. Both Kidman and Holmes' divorces exemplify the complex implication in high-profile careers, religious differences, and child custody increases personal life. Okay, this is about his Scientology involvement. Right. So introduced to Scientology in 1996 by actress Mimi Rogers, his girlfriend at the time, second generation member of the church, who works as an auditor. Roger set an auditor in Scientology, saying that someone who assesses almost your personality to find out a bit of what I do in some way, but perhaps a bit more sinister, where from there they no, is that right? No, hang on. Is an auditor especially I did take a personality test with the Scientologist lot. They started showing me reasons why I needed to join Scientology. Of course, I didn't take them up on the offer. What is an auditor again? I'm gonna look that up. What does a Scientology auditor do? This is like their approach to sort of spiritual counseling, right? There's a structured questioning technique and device called an e-meter to help participants known as pre-clears address emotional difficulties and past traumas. The primary goal is to clear away spiritual disabilities and advance up the bridge to total freedom. It was their version of a sort of psychologist, psychiatrist / priest. I think they're very anti-psychologists. So psychiatrists is sort of their replacement of it. Sort of no drugs, but almost spiritual guidance approach. Okay. What else? He's been one of the church's most substantial donors. He's attained operating thetan level 7, requiring daily solo auditing to confront and eliminate perceived spiritual impediments known as body thetans. His dedication has been described as exceptional, investing hundreds of hours in confidential upper level processes unavailable to lower tier members. So he's a real believer in this stuff. He's and the key thing is, it's not like he's created the idea. It's not as if he decides what it is. It's more that he needs this thing, this structure, as it were, and he's bought wholesale into it. Is what seems to be here. And a bit like that pursuit of structure in sort of the Catholic Church, and that didn't quite align to him. He then founded in Scientology because he's really invested the money made from his fame, his acting into further donations towards Scientology. All right, so he's been a prominent public advocate, leveraging celebrity status to promote its doctrines and expansion. As I mean, his role is to promote it, to almost evangelize it, to show everyone how amazing it is. And he's sort of taken on that role. He has not become the priest-like figure. He's become the public advocate figure, which fits into him being sort of an actor, sort of a public role person, a big personality, which seems to actually affected his. It seems to have negatively affected his partnerships in terms of production, as we saw before. He's sort of more what they call erratic behavior, which we're going to look into in a bit. He's refrained from explicit political endorsements and partisan alignments, describing his approach as focused on personal privacy in such matters. He contributed to the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, one of his few documented political donations. He gave negotiations between the Actors Union studios, reportedly urging allowance of performance of ongoing film projects. He declined to address President Donald Trump's proposal for tariffs on films produced outside the United States, redirecting the inquiry to emphasize his filmmaking priorities. So he's actually, despite this, he's actually steered clear of political drama. It's all, the drama usually seems to be about his private relationships and in terms of his faith in Scientology. It has not been associated with direct lobbying efforts on Capitol Hill or meetings advocate for specific policies beyond his Scientology-linked critiques of psychiatry, again, which falls into his religion, which fall under separate advocacy contexts. Right. High-profile media. Let's take a look at some of these. Tom Cruise appeared in the Oprah Winfrey Show to promote his relationship with actress Katie Holmes, which he famously jumped onto the couch multiple times in his love for her. Let's take a look at some of this. What else? Shortly thereafter, his interview with Matt Lauer, which came in a contentious exchange focused on Scientology influenced critiques of psychiatry. We'll have a look at that as well. Okay, let's take a look. All right, Tom Cruise. Oprah couch jumping. There we go. Oh, that's the scare. that's the. We might do that one after. Gets a spoof of it.
My eyes look more open and it's like magic.
Come on.
Fire to peat, 2 NASA engineers have to fix.
Oh, come on.
In 90 seconds. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy of a regular AC. This incredible invention was.
He's in the building.
Oh, it's this 17 years ago. Goodness. Well, look at how jumping up and down they are. He is a very charismatic person. He makes young women do this. Right. What's he doing?
First of all, thanks for coming to my Legends Ball with Katie. Was that the best fun? Was that? Yes.
Whoa. Okay. Okay, so you see just expressions of joy, over the top expressions of joy, very physical, lots of hand holding, big movements, no subtlety. It's just big physical expressions. Right. Right. Okay. He's a happy man. He's a happy man there. He really needs to get this off his chest in a very positive way. What happened to him? He's in love. Right.
The answer there's
Wow, because he combined it with his charisma, his fan following, and then that expressiveness. There's a lot of extroverted ethics here.
He is going to tell.
Wow. Is there a better? No, it only goes up to 240. It's an old video, low quality video. Yeah, they don't seem Davis good. Whoa, he jumps on the couch. He jumps on the couch. It's wild. It's crazy. It's totally over the top. I mean, okay, it's not that much. I mean, you see the spectacle which goes on now with celebrity. Is it really that insane? I guess at the time, maybe. I don't know.
I'm not going to pretend.
You know, Katie once told 17 magazine.
Okay, he jumps on again. He jumps on the couch again. He does it several times. It appears.
But you know.
And again, he does it again. And he grabs her hands. He's shaking. He's shaking. Okay. But it's just pure emotional energy that's coming out here. There's no rhyme or reason with this. Yeah, and Claudia said, yeah, he is very good at engaging with his fans. You can see there's a clear performance aspect to this, as well as just getting this sort of this energy out of himself. Okay. He starts shaking again, grabbing her. This is idea, just very physical, very sort of handsy as well. He seems to be comfortable. This is the scary movie spoof of it. So that's because there's sort of maybe a creepy aspect to it. Let's see. Oh, for goodness sake!
I had no idea.
Come on.
Until I got a blood test, and after a bit of research,
1 month later. That sound clear. Oh. Okay. Now it's just getting mad now. Okay. What else? So, yeah, lots of big FE expression. You combine that with the fact he's seeking out structure. He goes in wholesale for this quite structured religion, and he's sort of the public advocate for it. I'm very confident saying he's extroverted ethics leading and introverted logic suggestive. Yeah. Let's see what else. And it just as everyone was questioning that second video was a spoof. That's not that he didn't actually do that to the actress playing Oprah. He did not actually do that. That was a spoof. In case anyone thought that was real. The first video, yes, he did jump on the couch, but he didn't, whack anyone with chairs or swing his girlfriend around. That was a spoof. That was Scientology spoofing it. But yes. Okay. So, what else can we see? Let's look at this Matt Lauer interview. Let's see. Heated interview with Matt Lauer.
Tom Cruise, it's been a pretty busy couple of weeks for the movie star. His relationship
This
with
is shortly after that appearance in Oprah.
headlines. He came here to our studio on Thursday for a freewheeling discussion. In the first part of our interview, we talked about his new love and his new movie as his fiancée looked on.
Okay. Oh, okay. His fiance's actually there in the room when he does this. Okay, let's take a look.
Anything at all interesting happening in your life these days?
Yeah, you know, same old, same
Yeah.
old.
Same old, you know what?
Same old, you know what.
How are you
Despite that, he was just jumping on the couch just shortly before that.
planning this? I mean, every magazine, every newspaper, every entertainment show. What's it like for you to be?
Yeah, he's still very expressive.
Right now?
I have to tell you, it's just a great time in my life. I'm really happy. I'm engaged. I'm going to be married, and I can't restrain myself. You know,
Yeah.
It's like you have two little cords on your cheeks, and your teeth just keep showing. Which is great. Congratulations. I was thinking about it. On the one hand, it's got to be a little hard to see yourself everywhere, splashed across the pages. Another aspect.
Well, yeah, I can see why they spoofed it. It's almost maniacal. His joy. It's feels very over the top.
To this, though, is how many actors, 20-something years into a career, can generate this kind of interest still?
You know, I just do what I do. I love making movies, and I feel privileged to be able to do that always.
And yet, generating that kind of interest, again, good because he is a highly charismatic figure. People do enjoy Tom Cruise. They really do go mad over him, as they did at least back then.
It's something that I'm just living my life.
We'll talk about life in a second. Let's talk about.
I can see some people saying EIE. Here's the thing: he's so physical. He's so natural in that physical moment, and also he's so easy with stuff like stunts and doing that himself. And that physicality suggests to me that he's more likely to have strong extroverted sensation, more so than I expect from an EIE, where extroverted sensation is not something they take for granted so easily. It's unusual for them to really want to do all their own stunts. They might even see it as grunt work to some degree, but not Tom Cruise. So let's see.
About the movie, though. Okay, War of the Worlds. I mean, I've always been fascinated by this whole concept, the "we are not alone" in a big way concept. Do you remember your first exposure to it?
Is this how it gets into Scientology?
I remember.
Did it get into Scientology through War of the Worlds, sort of the alien side of things? Maybe Thetans? I don't know.
I was a kid, and I heard about the Orson Welles radio play. It was my first exposure to this story.
This is not just an alien movie. The story breaks down on a lot of different levels, and in one of the levels, your character is a father. Not the best father in the world.
When we were working on the story originally 3 years ago, Steve and I came up with this idea of making it about a family. Okay.
I say he wanted to make it about family, so with Steve sort of make it more relatable. It's interesting how involved he is in the creative process. So there's an idea that he is an active engager in it, even though he's the actor rather than say the director. There's a sense that, yeah, he still almost has a say in things, which is interesting. Like more than you'd expect of just a lead actor, potentially.
I want to go inside.
It's okay.
I want to go inside.
You go ahead.
Yeah, want it for me. I want to go by myself.
And so now he is forced in these circumstances to rise to the occasion. Come on, it's the 4th of July.
Awesome.
Oh, same. I just think it's very human. I think that, you know, your father.
What even those meant to be? Is it meant to be lightning?
I'm a father. You know, I always wanted to be a father. You know, remember when you first held your child? It was like, wow, tremendous sense of responsibility,
Life changing.
Yeah, and we talk about it, but and I even, you know, not until you experience it. can you really know it? And so that's I wanted to imbue this story with that journey.
That's also interesting how. So not until you experience it do you really understand its significance. The idea of experience, the idea of holding in his own hands, the idea of then you feel that responsibility over this thing in front of you. There's sort of a grounded wholesomeness, but also a need to experience and embody things, which again speaks a little bit more, I think, towards introverted sensation somewhere there, rather than sort of introverted sensation vulnerable. And almost going against the idea of introversion intuition, that you need to experience it to know it. You can't just project forwards. Yeah, let's skip the
films, and I tease him because I say, I know your movie's better than you, because I know I've studied his edits, so I've studied his movies. For Steven, it's not analytical; he's just creating, and he has a tremendous power because he understands the medium, and he's just that great storyteller. I think he's the greatest storyteller cinema's ever known.
Let's talk about selling this movie. So you've just toured basically around the world, getting the story of War of the Worlds out there. And at the same time, you've got this great thing happening in your personal life that has become the subject of so many headlines and stories. Any fear of
it really?
Yeah, from what I've seen. You want to count? 3,400.
Are you sure?
Is there? No, I've made that up. Is there any fear in your part that what happens personally overshadows the movie?
No, it never does. Or what's
interesting idea. What happens? Is the relationship side of things overshadowing the movie? He rejects that. He's not. It strikes me again that sort of stubborn ethics. He's more of a contrarian type rather than obstinate type. He is influenceable in terms of how to think about things, what his belief structures are. He's not influenceable in terms of how he brands and promotes himself, and how he brands and promotes the mood or the vibe, what message people are taking. He won't just accept that part.
Does it help the movie?
I don't know. You know what? It comes down to the movie. It always comes down to the movie.
You are being so much more open. You've been on this show in the past at times where you were in other relationships, and I kind of broached the subject of a personal life, and you would very gingerly steer it away. That was how we came to know Tom Cruise. And now you're saying, you know what? I'm okay with it. So it is it does seem like a.
That's interesting. But the point is, it's on his terms. He's doing it on his terms. He's not. It used to be how I'm perceived. How I'm perceived is not. I don't talk about my relationships in terms of how I'm perceived. Maybe it's because he's got his big, bigger career, charisma, that sort of stuff. The girls go mad over him. He doesn't want to have a relationship. Maybe spoil that. Now there's been a shift in mindset for him where he's just overjoyed about this union, this marriage. Essentially, she's the first person to bring him into Scientology as well. Maybe there's a link now, I don't know. But anyway, he's now decided to show sheer joy about being linked to this person. So again, it's always on his terms, his extroverted ethics, not on anyone else's terms.
Different guy.
Yeah, but they're still writing it. You gotta understand, all that stuff they'd still write it. They'd still talk about it. And the thing is that I still feel that I always feel I will talk about what I want to talk about.
Right.
And I won't talk about what I don't want to talk about. And it just doesn't matter. It comes down to the movie, And I also feel, man, I'm living my life, and I feel, man, I feel fortunate. I feel really fortunate, and I'm excited.
I mean, there's another thing here, which is it doesn't strike as much strategy in terms of how he is proposing or portraying himself over time. It's more how he feels in the moment, and that might be inconsistent from one moment to a previous moment of a previous relationship. Which with EIE, they tend to be a bit more strategic as to how they're coming across, how they be perceived years from now. They're thinking about that sort of stuff. ESEs, not so much. I'm just going to turn on the light very quickly. Alexa, turn on the conservatory.
Okay.
There we go. Right.
You just said something that made me think about something. And if you get out there and talk about it, it kind of takes away a lot of their power to make stuff up, doesn't it? Because you're telling the real story. Where does it leave them to go.
Yeah, but here's the point. I don't even get into that game. I'm just living my life, man. It's not. It's something that I'm just living my life, and I'm doing the best that I can, and doing it in a way that I feel is
There's
right.
not much explanation or rationalization. He's not really good at that side of things. It's more about the raw expression he's better at.
And I think that when I like hearing good news, you know, I like hearing.
Oh, positivity. He likes
You know,
positivity.
something good happens to you.
Yeah.
It's nice. I like sitting
Nice.
talking
Show
about
positivity.
performing,
Positive expression.
It's
That's the theme.
Trying to be
and what other people say.
Katie, close your ears for a second, okay? You have said that Katie is the real thing. She is sensational. She's magnificent. Can you explain to me what she's brought to your life that hasn't been brought to your life in the past?
I don't want to compare things. I just say,
I don't mean that.
No, because but what it is, it's that thing where you just in life when it just happens, man. You know, it just
happens.
And
it's experiential. It's
I
not
can't describe it.
analytical.
Katie has mentioned that she
Can't
is
describe.
embracing or at least exposing herself and opening herself up to Scientology. At this stage in your life, could you be with someone who doesn't have an interest?
You know, Scientology is something that you don't understand. It's like,
Oh wait, no, I got this wrong. No, this isn't when he was first games. He was already in Scientology. It was Mimi Roger Good Scientology. So Katie Hope is later. It's the third relationship. Is after. What's the second one? What's her name? Can't remember. After it is the third marriage that's starting. So he's already a Scientologist.
Scientology is something
So it doesn't replace religion.
And it is a religion because it's dealing with.
Okay, now he's been asked about Scientology. Yeah.
You as a spiritual being, and it's
now he feels more on the defensive.
That you have that you apply to your life.
Coming up, the mood changes a bit. You're going to
Right.
see fiery Tom Cruise talk about his attack on Brooke Shields, antidepressants, and Ritalin for kids. Here's a sneak peek.
That's interesting. Okay, now we see sort of big positivity, and now perhaps the more aggressive side. We need to see. It's more extroverted sensation
It's very
here.
impressive to listen to you because clearly you've done the homework and you know the subject.
And you should. And you should do that also because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing.
I'm not prescribing Ritalin, Tom, and I'm not asking any. It gets a little testy, and you'll see that.
And you should. But it's also, it's a bit sort of almost high-handed. I'm not sure who was prescribing Ritalin at all.
Coming up in our next half hour. And the tone of the discussion took a turn.
Okay.
I've never agreed with psychiatry, ever. Before I was a Scientologist, I never agreed with psychiatry. And then when I started studying the history of psychiatry, I started realizing more and more why I didn't agree with psychiatry. And as far as the Brooke Shields thing is, look, you gotta understand, I really care about.
Who's Brooke Shields again? I'm trying to remember now. All right, so he basically attacked her use of antidepressant drugs. Right. Okay. Yeah. So ideology stuff, basically.
Not Brooke Shields. I think here's a wonderful and talented woman. And I want to see her do well. And I know that psychiatry is a pseudoscience.
But Tom, if she said that this particular thing helped her feel better, whether it was the antidepressant or going to a counselor or a psychiatrist, isn't that enough?
Matt, you have to understand this. Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing.
This is getting dramatics, getting dramatic in the description of it.
The effects.
Heartstring pulling.
What Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug? Do you understand that?
the difference is,
No,
this was
no,
not
Matt,
against
Matt,
her
I'm
will,
asking-
though.
Matt, I'm
But this
asking-
wasn't
Matt, I'm
against
asking you a
Brooke's will.
question. Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do.
Aren't there examples, and might not Brooke Shields be an example of someone who benefited from one of those drugs?
All it does is mask the problem, Matt. And if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does. You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance.
So
In a body.
postpartum depression to you is
Matt,
kind of a little
don't-
psychological gobbledygook?
No, I did not say that.
I'm just asking, what would you
no,
call it?
Matt, that is the post. Now you're talking about two different things.
But that's what she went on the
No.
antidepressant for.
But what happens to the antidepressant, all it does is mask the problem. There's ways of vitamins and through exercise and various things. I'm not saying that that isn't real. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so his ideology tells him that psychiatry is evil. So you see the more confrontational side coming out here, right? So you've got the positivity and the joy and the wholesomeness, and it's like, well, look, I really care for this person, and I've got to explain to you this is a terrible, terrible thing. And when says, okay, but what about this? No, it is a terrible thing. I'm telling you this. I believe this because of my ideology.
Drugs aren't the answer. That these drugs are very dangerous. They're mind-altering antipsychotic.
And it doesn't look like he enjoys the sort of confrontational aspect either. It's well, he feels like he has to confront on this. I have to make this clear. That sort of stuff. It doesn't feel like he's trying to push his luck in as extrovert sensation. It's more of a fallback.
There are ways of doing
He's not
it
comfortable
without
right
that,
now.
so that we don't end up in a brave new world. The thing that I'm saying about Brooke is that there's misinformation, okay? And she doesn't understand the history of psychiatry. She doesn't understand in the same way that you don't understand it, man.
But a little bit what you're saying, Tom, is you say you want people to do well, but you want them to do well by taking the road that you approve of, as opposed to a road that may work for them.
No, I'm not.
Well, if antidepressants work for Brooke Shields, why isn't that okay?
I disagree with it, and I think that there's a hot.
Well, that's see he doesn't see the logical chain of thought there. But what you see here is this is someone who wants everyone to be united under a shared way of thinking. And when he sees someone doing something which he believes is the wrong choice for them, he's getting over interfering and telling them, this is not good for you. This is not good. Listen, it's really, really not good what you're doing. And so that sort of the extrovert sensation comes out as almost a reflex here. It's different to say an EIE, who typically would uphold actually more of an exclusive belonging rather than inclusive belonging, where, okay, you think the other thing, you think the wrong thing, fine, you're just a crappy person, I have no interest in you. Whereas for an alpha, it's actually in some ways more join the Borg sort of mentality. Well, I'm really upset that you won't join the Borg. You got to join us in this. And you're doing these things which are really, really bad for you. We feel really bad about you doing these things really bad for you. And so we're trying to over-interfere, which is the extrovert sensation demonstrative coming out. It's not it's not the way that the mobilizing function works. There's nothing empowering about him doing this for his own ego. It's not what it's about. It comes from a legitimate place of concern due to a belief structure which is very different to what most people believe.
Higher and better quality of life. And I think that promoting, for me personally, see, you're saying, what, I can't discuss what I want to discuss?
No, you absolutely
I know,
can't.
but Matt, you're going in and saying that I can't discuss that.
I'm only asking, isn't there a possibility that, do you examine the possibility that these things do work for some people?
I mean, then he goes, oh, you're saying I'm not allowed to discuss this, but you're shutting down that conversation now. He's now positioned that towards extroverted intuition. To start talking, no, you can intuition. You can discuss anything. Why not? We're permissive. So that's where he feels let down in terms of extrovert intuition. The guy's interviewing him is also, though, seeing it as terms of a violation of extrovert intuition by being critical. But that's not why he's doing it. But yeah.
Yes, there are abuses. And yes, maybe they've gone too far in certain areas. Maybe there are too many kids on Ritalin. Maybe electric shock.
Kids on Ritalin.
I'm just saying. But aren't there examples where it works?
You don't even, you're glib. You don't even know what Ritalin is. If you start talking about chemical imbalance, you have to evaluate and read.
Okay. his reaction is similar. Let's say you're seeing someone who's very, very conservative, right? And they're talking about puberty blockers for children. It's a similar kind of reaction, or someone who's got who believes in theories about, say, the COVID vaccine being very, very bad. Someone who really, really believes it's harmful, and you're giving that to children. It's the same kind of response. It's a natural emotional response to a set of beliefs being violated in some ways around children and actually believing that's really bad for the child. So he's responded in a way which someone who genuinely believes it's bad for the kids. Now, of course, if you don't believe antidepressants is actually if you don't believe that Ritalin is actually bad for kids, of course, it's going to come across as weird. But if you believe that Ritalin is bad for kids, then that response is a natural emotional response to it. And then sort of the over interfering with his opinion out of concern.
Research papers on how they came up with these theories, Matt. Okay, that's what I've done. You go and you say, where's the medical test? Where's the blood test that says how much Ritalin you're supposed to get?
It's very impressive to listen to you, because clearly you've done the homework and you know the subject.
And you should. And you should do that also, because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing.
I'm not prescribing Ritalin, Tom, and I'm not asking anyone else to do it.
Well, you're saying no.
So that's the sort of high-handed paternalism is coming out here, which is, again, the sort of when he's not comfortable with a situation, that's when he'll default towards the extroverted sensation, which is a slightly over controlling aspect of ESCs and sometimes LSCs.
There's some people who seem to have been helpful.
But you're saying, but it's like, this is a very important issue.
This is a very,
you know what? And you're here on the Today Show,
right?
And to talk about it in a way of saying, well, isn't it okay, and being reasonable about it when you don't know, and I do. I think that you should be a little bit more responsible in knowing what it is, because you.
And now he's policing how you express yourself around this very, very important issue.
You communicate to people.
But you're now telling me that your experiences with the people I know, which are zero, are more important than my experiences.
What do you mean by that?
You're telling me what's worked for people I know, or hasn't worked for people I know, and I'm telling you I've lived with these people, and they're better.
So you're advocating it.
I am not. I'm telling you, in their case, in their individual case, it worked. I am not going to go out and say, get your kids on Ritalin, it's the cure-all and the end-all.
Matt, but here's the point. What is an ideal scene in life? Okay. Ideal scene is someone not having to take antipsychotic drugs.
I would agree.
Okay, so now you look at it and you go, okay, a departure from that ideal scene is someone taking drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you go, okay, what is the theory and the science behind that justifies that?
Let me take this more general, because I think you and I could go around in circles on this for a while, and I respect your opinion on it. Do you want more people to understand?
So he said he's researched it. He hasn't given clear statistics. He hasn't given a clear logical argument. He tried to just there. It was not very well put together. But you see, the logic is not strong in him. And also, extrovert intuition is not actually that strong in him either. When he's outside of his comfort zone, the extrovert intuition does not actually apply very well.
Scientology, would that be a goal of yours?
You know what? Absolutely. Of course. You know,
how do you go about that?
You just communicate about it.
You see this one. You don't mess with Tom Cruise. 10 times he silenced interviews. Why do I get these sorts of ads? Why do they think I want to play a sort of RPG?
Tom Cruise might be all smiles on screen. Take kindness for weakness, because when you cross a line, he won't scream. He won't curse. He'll just dismantle your entire question, your tone, your intent, and your professionalism in a matter of seconds.
And that's it. His extrovert sensation is strong. It's not weak.
And
I don't think it's valued, but I think it's strong.
Is the story of the man who redefined composure in Hollywood.
I don't need the AI voice. Come on.
These are the 10 moments Tom Cruise shut it all down without breaking a sweat. It was 2005, and Tom was being pressed on his stance.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
Helped this. All of the. Now you're talking about, and there are ways of doing it without that.
No insults, just razor sharp precision.
Actually, he doesn't. I would not say razor sharp. No, there was not razor sharp precision there. There was no yelling, no insults. There was a forcefulness, but it was quite under control at the same time, which I think is the strength of extrovert sensation. You don't want to mess with Tom Cruise. But
that left Latin like the uninformed one. It was intense, uncomfortable, and legendary. Australian interviewer Peter Overton asked the question millions probably wondered, but instead of getting a juicy answer, he got checked.
Was Nicole the love of your life?
What do you mean, Peter?
You were married for 10 years.
Listen, we raised children. You know, how do you answer that question? She's someone that I plan on getting married again.
You do?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
And having kids?
absolutely.
But Nicole was a major part of your life and a love of your life at the time.
I love Nick very much. There's no question.
Would you like Nicole to remarry?
Yes, I want Nicole to be happy. That's what I want.
And do you have a relationship where you talk, it's a parenting relationship, and talk professionally about each other's
Why don't listen, here's the thing, Peter.
Yeah.
You're stepping over the line now. You're stepping over the line, you know.
and let's look at this. This is strong extroverted sensation.
What do you want?
Well, I suppose they're questions
Peter.
that people want to know.
Peter, you want to know.
Tom stared at him. Peter stumbled. What began as an attempt to pry open personal wounds became a masterclass in setting boundaries. An Asian reporter once asked Tom about Trump-era tariffs and
So that's the thing. That interaction there was a lot stronger than the previous one. Was not actually that strong because it had extrovert sensation, but it did not have strong logic to suit it. It just looked strange. This one was, because it's simply about personal boundaries, he was in a very far stronger position to assert his extroverted sensation effectively. Yeah, and you can see he was able to call it out very effectively. He did not want to talk about it, and he brought it back.
It was a complicated, politically charged question, disguised as casual curiosity.
I like to ask this question to anyone who's up for it. I think so. I watched this film and I saw that it was filmed in many different locations around the world, including Africa. And of course, we all are aware of the tariffs that President Donald Trump has been imposing on overseas productions and films. So, is this particular movie under that tariff? And also, how much of the film was shot overseas? I think that's a fair answer. All right. Can we move on to the next question, please?
No reaction, no comment, just a subtle shift in expression. It was brutal, without saying a single word. Sometimes silence is the loudest response you can give. And came the Sophia Bella's interview.
That's interesting. It doesn't seem to me as though he just go on the aggression for the sake of going on the aggression. It's more defensive when he doesn't like where things are going.
At first, it was light and breezy, a conversation about a fight scene between Tom and Russell Crowe. But then, another reporter jumped in with this bizarre question.
These high standards for yourself with these stunts, but everyone else has to step up. Russell Crowe has said that in this film, he plays Dr. Jekyll. You have a fabulous fight scene, and he said you both had a discussion. You said, you know what, let's both just absolutely go for it.
Yeah. And look, he's an amazing athlete. He's a very good stuntman himself also. And, if you look at the fight sequence that we have together, it was, we really had a lot of fun.
He said he got bruised. I don't know how much fun he had.
Both of us got bruised. When he picks me up and slams me on that table, he's...
It's a real table.
Yeah, he's got to do it.
I'm so happy with Russell Crowe. I think we typed Mel aside before, so...
You back away from that and go, he would actually beat me if we went at it properly. If you had to fight properly.
Why do you ask that question? It's like I don't even think of stuff like that. I don't even think like I'm going to fight my
That's
friend.
right, because you're always thinking of the audience when you make the mix.
It's my friend. That would never happen.
The question was awkward, but Tom's answer, composed, firm, and icy. The message was clear. He wasn't there.
I wouldn't call that
to
icy.
Dumb hypotheticals, especially ones that pitted him against friends.
I would not have called that icy. That was not icy. He handled that with humor and grace, but again, so he didn't want to get drawn as that sort of extroverted sensation and valued question. It's not important to him. That's not the value here.
Now this one crossed the line from awkward into just plain disrespectful. A man disguised as a reporter squirted water in Tom's face during a
Oh,
red
jeepers.
carpet interview.
Yeah.
He looked the man dead in the eye.
Terrifying.
He repeated the phrase, calmly, firmly, again and again. The prankster was stunned.
What's so funny about that? It's ridiculous. You like making lessons.
Whoa. He's holding his hands.
I'm here kidding.
Tom wasn't angry. He was disappointed. And that's
So EIE would have totally overreacted to that. Because, first of all, you've had something thrown in your face. That could be absolutely anything. And in EIE, we think about the many possible things that could be. That could be water, that could be acid, that could be ricin, it could be goodness knows anything. And the EI would be freaking out and screaming and all that sort of stuff. ESC assesses the situation, knows exactly the level of leverage, the level of dominance in that situation to pull, which is to confront him for essentially was a mean prank. And really dress him down for it, and also just holding his hands as well. It's quite funny. You're not going anywhere, mate, while doing it, but not doing it in an overly aggressive way either. That is, I would say, mastery in extroverted sensation. It's a very strong area for him. It's not valued for its own sake. There is no insecurity in regards to different threats in his environment or things going in his face. In EIE, they would go absolutely nuts because it's their mobilizing function. They don't take that for granted. And yeah, they have no idea what will happen. Also, their imagination, when an EIE is unsure, they get very, very deeply speculative, which is why they'd start to think, okay, this could be anything. An ESC doesn't really do that. When they're unsure of themselves, they go into confront mode. They don't go into speculate mode, unlike the EIE, which is just literally fall apart. Okay. So, yeah, I think ESC makes the most sense looking at all of this. EIE doesn't quite fit given how the extroverted sensation is being used here. It's too strong, and there's no sign of it actually being valued. Whereas the extroverted ethics as a leading function, I think that makes a lot of sense. The introverted logic and suggestive function especially makes sense. Right. So yeah, I think ESC for Tom Cruise. Let's move on now to Claudia's super chat for John Borman. Thank you, Claudia. Let's take a look at who John Borman is. At. Rings a bell, the name. Why does it ring a bell? Who is this person? John Borman. Probably someone historical. Okay. Just to confirm, Claudia, do you want me to look at the cricketer, or do you want me to look at the film director? I just want to check with you which one you want me to look at. Which one is most likely to be the one? The filmmakers come up, not the cricketer. So I'm assuming you want me to look at the filmmaker. Any chance you just confirm in the messages? I'll just wait a little bit. Filmmaker, thanks, Claudia. Right, good. Let's see. It's born 1933. Oh, quite old now. Goodness. Is an English film director, producer, screenwriter whose career spanned over 6 decades. Yep. One of my visually innovative and thematically bold works. Of that human confrontation with nature, myth, and personal limits. Confrontation is a key thing here, apparently. So, okay. Began in TV and radio, transitioned to feature films like Catch Us If You Can. Breakthrough success with new noir thriller Point Blank. Starring Lee Marvin, showing his stylistic flair through non-linear narrative and stark urban landscapes. His most commercially and critically acclaimed film, Deliverance, from James Dickey's novel, depicted a harrowing canoe trip in rural Georgia that tested the protagonist's civilized pretensions against primal wilderness. Its infamous squeal like a pig scene drew debate over depictions of violence and sexual assault. Starting projects like Arthurian fantasy Excalibur, blending operatic visuals, the Celtic mythology. So, what about hope and glory affecting his World War II of childhood evacuation from London? Highlighted his range from epic spectacle to intimate memoir. Born 18th of January in Shepperton, Middlesex. See, family circumstances reflected modest working class roots in suburban England during the interwar period. He's enrolled in a Catholic school, received an education emphasizing discipline, moral instruction. Right. Early years goes over outbreak World War II. He was placed in suburban London during the Blitz. Charlie Sheen, thank you very much, Marty. Greatly appreciated. When during the Luftwaffe bombings targeted the capital and surrounding areas, causing widespread destruction and civilian casualties exceeding 40,000. And to accounts, he recalled navigating his perils as a child without formal evacuation. He completed his secondary education at Salesian School in Chertsey, Surrey, at Catholic Institution. Yeah, we did that already. He held entry-level positions after his discharge from the military. Good job at dry cleaning business, turned to journalism. Wrote reviews for Women's Act magazine, contributed criticism to radio broadcasts. His early writing efforts emphasized practical observation over institutional dogma, fostering self-reliance and informed rejection of conventional career trajectories in media. So more independently minded, potentially more pragmatically minded, potentially. There's some documentary stuff. So he was the head of the documentary unit, focusing on observational filmmaking, emphasized direct engagement with subjects to capture authentic social dynamics without scripted interventions. Okay. Key project was Citizen 63. Whose documentary he wrote and directed, explored contemporary British societal structures through unvarnished interviews and footage of urban and rural communities, by neutral evidence-based observation to depict class interactions and economic shifts, avoiding editorial overlays in favor of raw data from personal accounts. Interesting. So just sticking to the facts, not really spinning a narrative. See if we can find some of that. Citizen 63. Not Citizen Vigilante. They're not airing that on here. I'll get myself into trouble. Right. No, but I think it's a watch documentary. Let's try that. No. I don't think it's on here. No worries. What else? Early feature films, Point Blank and Hell in the Pacific. His debut as a Hollywood feature director, adapting Richard Stark's pulp novel, The Hunter, into a Stark revenge thriller. Featuring Lee Marvin's Walker, the criminal double cross and Left for Dead, and Alcatraz and methodically pursues as it portrays through San Francisco's criminal underworld. Co-starring Angie Dickinson as his treacherous wife and featuring Keenan Wynn and Carol O'Connor in supporting roles. It prioritized stylistic innovations such as non-linear editing and abstracted violence over conventional narrative clarity. Billy Bullman's British television background in a high-stakes American production. How so? While initial box office returns were modest, hampered by its art house leanings amid mainstream competition, film recouped costs and it conferred a dedicated following. Okay, its follow-up, Hell in the Pacific, reuniting with Marvin, this time opposite Japanese actor Toshiro Mifune as a stranded American pilot and Imperial Navy captain, forced into uneasy coexistence on a Pacific island. The dialogue-sparse survival drama eschewed propagandistic moralizing, instead highlighting war's inherent absurdity through slapstick sabotage, ritualistic destruction, and cycles of tentative rapport shattered by national enmity. Virtually no spoken words between protagonists and a reliance on visual motifs like fire and improvised weaponry. This guy is quite innovative, and it strikes me that his extroverted logic and introverted ethics valuing from the look of this as well. Certainly, the idea of sort of the his wife being treacherous as well back in the Point Blank film. But in sort of the building of a rapport or connection, but then having struggling the tension between that and sort of the national enmities, that's also interesting. It's not about making you feel a certain way, but more going into the complexity of those relationships and the contexts. Mythic and autobiographical phases, Excalibur, Hope and Glory, its immersion to mythic storytelling, to Thomas Mallory's Le Mort d'Arthur, to the death of Arthur, with the full Arthurian cycle from Uther Pendragon's era through Arthur's rise, full and promised returns, foregrounded themes of primal forces, incestuous origins, and the corrupting allure of power in a raw, unsentimental manner, distinct from polished hero tropes. Yep. So there's still the extrovert sensation there, but there's no sort of propagandistic sheen on it. It's quite shades of grey, you could say. I'm getting gamma from this. The Emerald Forest, centered on American engineer Bill Markham, who relocates in Brazil. Obviously, a dam project based on practical personal tragedy. His young son Tommy is sometimes kidnapped by an indigenous tribe to a family outing. Over a decade, Malcolm's quest to retrieve his son exposes the ravages of Amazon deforestation by logging interests, juxtaposing industrialized encroachment against tribal harmony with nature. It's almost more of a Delta sort of a film, that. Shifting to Irish history, the drama chronicles the exploits of real-life Dublin criminal Martin Cahill, a folkloric figure who orchestrated high-profile heists in the 1980s and 1990s, self-financed and shot in black and white documentary Starkness. The biopic foregoes moralizing redemption, instead rendering Cahill as a cunning anti-hero, driven by class resentment and disdain for state and paramilitary power structures. This idea is not trying to moralize, not trying to redeem people, just showing the complexity of the characters here. Also, Queen and Country, semi-autobiographical sequel to Hope and Glory, set during British National Service in the Korean War era, featuring his son Charlie and emphasizing wry humanism over action. Okay. Here are the core motifs: nature, primitivism, and human savagery. Borman's exploration of primitivism posits human savagery not as a mere cultural artifact, but as an innate predisposition activated by removal of societal constraints. So also Hobbesian in that respect, a perspective evidence depictions of civilized individuals regressing amid wilderness encounters. Discussing deliverance, Borman and social novelist James Dickey emphasized characters' intrinsic responses to primitive horror, with isolated from modern structures, viewing savagery as a dormant human capacity rather than an external imposition. So he's creating situations where normal people become savage. It strikes me as inherently extrovert sensation valuing. It's not sort of saying there's an inner goodness that people know. There's an inner badness that needs to be controlled by modern life. Central to this framework is nature's role as a redemptive counterforce to the dehumanizing effects of urban modernity, with river and forest landscapes serving as empirical arenas where alienation yields to raw instinctual reconnection. He contrasted the forgotten elemental harmony of primitive existence against contemporary disconnection, showing natural immersion as a catalyst for reclaiming authentic human vitality lost to industrialized detachment. Now, is that an introverted sensation argument? I'm not sure. This mythic realism eschews optimistic narratives of linear societal advancement. So it affirms the persistence of human darkness through cyclical flaws and archetypal figures, as an Excalibur's portrayal of kings beset by inherent frailties, focuses in character. It's introverted ethic stuff. He prioritized mythical truth over historical linearity, using legend to expose enduring primal conflicts that defy utopian resolutions. Right. His view of rooted in his view of myths as vessels for causal human behaviors, unbound by temporal progress, rejects relativist softening of savage in favor of its eternal unyielding presence. A lot of thematic stuff here. The idea of myths, the idea of the archetypes, what they say. There's an introverted intuition in there. What else? He married Charlie Cruz in 1957 to a separation after 33 years. He fathered 4 children. Been married Isabella Wiebrecht, with whom he had 3 additional children. So 7 offspring. Wow. By the year 2000, this second marriage also ended in divorce. Achievements versus commercial and critical shortfalls. His early works established a reputation for influential stylism, about earning acclaim as a neo-noir milestone that shaped subsequent crime films for its fragmented narrative and visual experimentation. Delivered to achieve substantial box office returns, critical recognition. Counterbalancing his peak, several projects faltered commercially and critically, such as Zardoz, reported at the box office despite developing a cult following, and Exorcist 2: The Heretic, a sequel widely regarded as a production narrative failure that alienated audiences and critics alike for its disjointed execution. Boorman's adherence to personal vision over market demands often led to erratic financial results. So that's interesting. That doesn't strike me as very extroverted logic. Production ethics in Deliverance. The filming of the rape scene in Deliverance. I should say grape scene. I think you know how to say that other word. The grape scene in Deliverance. Director John Boorman demanded a single unbroken take over an entire day in Georgia's rainforest, encouraging improvisation between Ned Beatty and Bill McKinney to heighten realism, including McKinney's psychological tactics like intense staring to unsettle Beatty, drawing on his childhood experiences, castrating hogs in Kentucky for authenticity. Later described the process as profoundly altering, surfacing personal sadness and insecurity, with improvised squeal like a pig line becoming a haunting public taunt that provoked anger or reflected broader male discomfort with vulnerability. Goodness. In the 1989 New York Times op-ed, Beatty attributed the theme's cultural resonance to men's latent fear of identifying as grape victims, underscoring the method acting approach's causal psychological toll without safety mechanisms like multiple takes and emotional debriefs. Boorman maintained this intensity was essential for the film's unflinching portrayal, rejecting studio requests to soften elements for the television film. I think he's extravasation valuing. I think that's quite clear from this. Production's on-location shooting of the hazardous Chattooga River, started by Boorman for its raw authenticity over safe alternatives, operated without insurance, a deliberate choice to minimize cost and embrace risk. Boorman stated, "I don't believe in insurance. There's no risk." Actors perform their own stunts amid unpredictable rapids and rocks described as pure murder, resulting in documentary injuries such as Burt Reynolds cracking his coccyx and hip bone during a 90-foot waterfall slide rehearsal. This risk-reward approach prioritized visceral realism over participant welfare. Boorman's ethos emphasized bravery among the 4 good guys in the water with rescue readiness, but no broader safety nets typical of insured Hollywood shots. He issued no public apology for production methods or their outcomes, because it was broader rejection of sanitized filmmaking practices in favor of uncompromised artistic integrity. This stance, evident in his insistence on authenticity amid conflicts like losing teeth in a script dispute, positioned ethical critiques as secondary, achieving raw, causal truth, depicting human limits against nature and savagery. It almost sounds even LSI in this. So I know I said that he seemed more extroverted and introverted ethics. I'm not so sure. The portrayal of Martin Cahill as a charismatic and resourceful anti-hero in general is a significant political and cultural controversy in Ireland. Critics argue that the film glamorized a violent criminal while downplaying the suffering as victims and broader societal costs of his actions. From a Republican perspective, the film faced sharp rebuke for rehabilitating Cahill, whom the IRA had executed in 1994, such as alleged collaboration with loyalist paramilitaries. Is condemned as a grotesque myth, accusing of falsifying Cahill as a socialist avenger against injustice while admitting his gang's 50,000 heroin shipments, intimidation of anti-drugs activists like Jerry Flynn, whom they shot, The 1980s community opposition to narcotics and state orchestrating attacks and came with operations, etc., etc. He insisted that on an amoral observational realism that captured the raw underclass dynamics of 1970s, 1990s Dublin. With systemic poverty and institutional rigidity bred nonconformists like Cahill without endorsing or condemning them through heavy-handed moralism. His early affiliation with Fabian socialism has been characterized as a form of naive rebellion against the rigid conservatism of post-war Britain. He stated he was a Fabian socialist. We were all very left-wing because it was such a conservative country. Something about Fabian society, their logo is the wolf in sheep's clothing. The idea that the Fabians, they sort of infiltrate the government, they infiltrate positions of power, and then they slowly and gradually shift things towards the socialist utopia, rather than just being all revolutionary and upfront about it. They sort of gradually and slowly do it. Yeah, the key thing about Fabian society. Accusations of cultural insensitivity have risen regarding his primitivist leanings in films exploring pre-modern societies, with portrayals of indigenous life, use of Tupi languages for Amazonian tribes, with full of reductive romanticism that overlooks linguistic and social complexities. So it's not so unvarnished as it seemed looking over it before. His broader nonconformism stemming from a professed aversion to mundane existence. Yeah, there we go. He does not value introverted sensation at all. Has been credited with fostering innovative resistance to cultural mediocrity, but faulted for the solipsistic tendency that privileged personal intuition over collective verification. And Andover focused in his 2020 memoir Conclusions, which reviewers described as an unfiltered, inward-looking recounting of experiences. Perhaps quite indulgent, maybe. Right. John Borman. Let's see if we can find an interview. That was a good interview. Oh, the documentary. We watched a bit of a documentary to start with. Let's do that. And then we'll dive into an interview.
You need to learn the language of film. It's a language that is very easy to understand. You can watch a movie, but to tell a story in cinematic terms is difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
I think everybody should make a documentary about their father.
Okay.
To discover him as a man.
Okay.
Will I be able to recapture something that had been lost?
Me and me dad. Right. That's what's called.
What we'll do is we won't do a tight close. We'll just do a mid. Just all we're going to have then is the ambience of the river behind you.
Well, have a look. Have a look. I don't know.
Okay, very quick look.
What exactly? Well, let me sit down here for a minute. See what we can.
He doesn't want to have to do anything like that. Just let her take charge.
And then you come up here. See, you have to be pretty low, and you probably need to be over a bit, don't you, to get the background? I don't know. You've got quite a nice backlight here.
If you were lighting this, what would you do?
I'd just put a polystyrene.
That'd be it.
Put a light on the polystyrene. Shine the light onto the polystyrene and the polystyrene onto the face.
And would you put the polystyrene under the camera here?
No, to just one side. A sheet of polystyrene.
Right.
And then shine a light onto the polystyrene to make it brighter. And then to give her a soft light onto the face.
But no, you've got quite a lot of blood on your face here.
Yeah.
Is that too much, you think?
Well, it may be. I don't know. I can't tell from sitting here. I thought you'd solved this problem. Right. So, up.
She's not a professional filmmaker. He's the professional filmmaker.
Both finished talking? I'll stop now. So, after I finish Point Blank, Lee.
You get a sense of he's quite impatient from that.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What?
I've started filming a bit with Dad,
Mm.
and he was quite impatient. And,
Yep.
you know, and then he realised that our camera was tilted, because what Sophie and I didn't realise was that there's that bubble in the tripod. You've just set like a builder's, you know, plane spirit leveler, and there's this bubble which we hadn't got that bit, you know. And I'm just hoping maybe you, and if you don't mind, some of your blokes.
Yeah. Well, I can get the guys. I can get the guys to show you some of the equipment you might need.
Okay.
I think
it's not him.
Having worked with Dad, and extent you've worked with Dad before, but long but was Excalibur, wasn't it? But he'd always want to tell you what to do as well.
Well, it's so controlling, isn't it?
Controlling, want to tell people what to do. Okay. So I think extroverted sensation is probably. I'd lean towards it being mobilizing, but I'm not sure right now.
And as a director, but I mean, the idea is to do maybe a 5-minute portrait, but you know, it could develop into a documentary. I don't know. But it's going to be really exciting it's going to be wonderful to spend that kind of time alone with him and you know, really get to the bottom of that secretive man. He's quite secretive.
Good luck.
Thanks.
I don't think he'll ever.
He's secretive as well. He keeps things to himself, perhaps, whilst also being quite controlling.
That much. He'll probably tell you just enough.
Ollie, what's that thing on top there? That's to pick up what sound.
I'll use this. I'll film you. Don't cut another tape. That's a pretty good all-round camera. Don't let that drop. No, that's.
Okay, this is not.
What kind of camera is that then, child? Is that the professional?
Not him. Let's go to him. Right.
I'd love for you to tell something about your first movie, Catch Us If You Can.
So I got Peter Nichols, the playwright, and we sat in the room for 3 weeks and wrote this story about a young couple on the run across England, encountering all the things that you would expect to find in the 60s. So it was a very dyspeptic kind of view of England, which was obviously aimed at a young, hot audience. So it missed the mark. It got quite a lot of attention.
I think Tel Shamai, the first film appearance was in his first film, Catch Us If You Can. I remember we had to call the actor Daddy, run up and say, Daddy, Daddy. And I remember crying, saying, but he's not my daddy. That's my daddy over there. I remember that. I can remember feeling disturbed, you know.
But Judd Bernard gave me this script, and he also gave it to Lee Marvin. We met for lunch, and Lee said, well, what do you think of the script? I said, it's really bad. Typical Lee Marvin picked up the script. He said, I'll do this flight with you on one condition. And he threw the script out of the window. That's typical Lee Marvin, a gesture, you know. And meaning, you know, rewrite it completely and then we do it.
Well, of course, your father only went to America.
Do we see that?
Meaning, you know, rewrite it completely. Typical Lee Marvin, a gesture, you know.
Right.
And meaning, you know, rewrite it completely and then we do it.
Right. So that's not him. That's what Lee Marvin, not him.
To make a movie with darling Lee Marvin, who was the most unbelievably intelligent person. Lee Marvin was a remarkable actor. And he was the one who picked your father to do the movie. And your father was just perfect for him.
You know, I didn't aspire to be a film director or to be a novelist or anything. I mean, I just thought maybe I could write some articles and maybe some stories. You know, I was very modest in my aspirations. And then, of course, then going into the army was another phase altogether. And, you know, when I was in the army, when I was, 19, I met your mother.
I met Dad.
It's quite mod. Didn't really have very large aspirations, but yet got into doing all these sorts of things.
In Morvan, he was in the army. He was doing his army service for 2 or 3 years.
What were you doing?
I was a nursing student.
Sorry.
And I went to Morvan. It was a kilometer or 2 away. And that's where I met your father.
For me, it was a way of escaping England and the English class system.
What do you think it was that?
So that's the sort of
So appealing to you?
hang on. That's the sort of Fabian side coming out there. The idea of the class system, rebelling against it.
Well, he probably, I wasn't perhaps I was not unattractive. And maybe that had something to do with it. Okay?
There was something, slightly exotic about it too. The fact that she was German. It was like, in a way, courting the enemy.
Did they accept you, Dad's family? You were German and then they went British just after the war?
There was no way I would have even expected them not to accept me. Crystal Bormann, Crystal Kruse. I had never any problems with people. Funny, isn't it? I was never nervous of that.
Which was your favourite film?
My favourite film was Hell in the Pacific.
Why is that?
Because it's about 2 people from Lee Marvin and Toshiro Mifune.
Children. All very well, it's okay.
7 or 8 months old. We left them with a couple who were working for us.
I think Mum was put in a very, very difficult position because, on the one hand, she had 2 daughters, you and Talsha, who were 6 and 7. That's quite a young age too. You needed attention, obviously, and I think she was in a tricky position. And I think that she had to make a decision. She couldn't not leave Dad alone out there.
And we came back 4 months later. They were just on their first birthday, and they were walking. So we missed out quite a lot there.
It's a big sacrifice. But eventually you went to art.
Which sort of fits with someone who's also introvert sensation vulnerable. If he is introvert sensation vulnerable. Yes. There's not much work-life balance there.
She sat there. I said, "Come on, we're going." Pulled her again. And just as I pulled her again, she decided to get up. And so she flew over my shoulder. And there was a spiral staircase, and she went flying down this spiral staircase. And I thought, oh, God, that's it. That's it. Everybody was watching. And so I dashed down the staircase and lifted her up, grabbed our coats, and ran, took her outside. There was just it was like it was a taxi. People just got out and jumped into the taxi. And we sat back, and I thought, this is finally the end of the marriage. And she turned to me and said, "You were magnificent." And I looked at her and she said, "When I was falling down those stairs, I could see all these women's eyes, and I knew what they were thinking. I wish I had a man who loved me enough to throw me down the stairs."
What?
and she finally got the attention she was looking for.
Okay, I couldn't think of anything more beta than that.
They were great parents, loving parents, and I think that they really, by the time I think that Dad, had maybe a little bit of a wandering eye.
Our marriage broke up.
Hmm.
And when he wanted to go off into the sunset.
a lot of things had happened in the last 25 years. Dad had remarried and had more children who were wonderful. And that had created a rift in the family. This documentary coincided with Dad's separation from his current wife. And in a way, we both found each other again. Nothing much has changed, and I haven't been here for 18 years. That's a new bridge. I don't believe that. Wow. I think maybe as big as I remembered it to be.
Oh, my baby. If I was shooting this, I'd be sitting in the other direction, so you'd have a beautiful backlight. Front light like this is always harsh. Yeah. It's harsh, and it doesn't. And also the landscape looks better. It looks much better looking that way. You might do a shot looking up that way. Look.
Yeah, further down the river.
It's okay. It's not.
Stick on the hand, okay?
Yeah.
What do you need two for?
It was a bit of a risk taker, I would say. I mean, I wouldn't say health and safety was at the top of his list.
It always had to be.
That's what we saw in the Wikipedia article as well.
Extreme. It always had to be.
Mm.
And I was very interested in how people respond in extreme situations. Deliverance on the river. How those actors responded to being pushed to limits. We had control of it with the sluices of the dam upriver. Opened the sluices to a certain extent to bring the river rushing down. And Dwight was saying, "You mad fucker, Borman. I know what you're going to do. You're going to open those fucking sluices and we're all going to be swept away."
He's looking for quite a lot of things in life. He's looking for great love. He's looking for affection. He wants to be a good dad. He wants to be he wants to do good by his children.
That's not exactly that illuminating.
It's fantastic. You feel the force of the river. It's like feeling the strength of nature. And I find it very exciting. It's a sacred place. I'm trying to get across as well. I suppose you need that kind of sort of character, or the kind of character he is to be, because he's not just a film director. He's a script writer. He's a writer. He's written many books, and he's very competent in what he does. I wouldn't change a frame of any movie I've made, not because they're perfect, but simply because I'd be too bored to go back and start doing it again. You know, I've made films in the way I have, where I want absolute control. You know, I want to write them and direct them. I want to be my own producer. I don't want anybody in authority to tell me what to do. And it's possible there were occasions where I could have.
Yep, that's coherent again with sort of not wanting him to be the boss of him.
Probably improved the films with more collaboration, but somehow it was essential to me to be my vision and to be exactly as I wanted it to be. A nightmare. He's an absolute nightmare. He's a bully. He's aggressive. He's mean to people. He's cheap. I did a Deliverance with him. It was my first film, and I got a tricycle. And that's his own son. I should have been given points. If I'd got points, points in the box office, I'd be so rich. I've been very lucky to be able to work with Dad, because I worked right from when I was 3 years old, right up to not that long ago. I cast my son Charlie, he was 17, for a number of reasons. First of all, because he has a beautiful personality, has a simplicity and a purity of that age. I knew I could work with him in these difficult circumstances. And, there was a lot of opposition to it. And because of that, I suppose I was very hard on him because I was, desperately wanted him to work it to work.
There were a lot of people who were quite negative towards the fact
Right, I see.
that I was going to play the lead role. And so I think in some ways, when I was working with Dad, it was always one take with me and 6 or 7 takes with other people. So I had to really be on it. And I think it was partly that to prove to people that I could be part and stuff like that. So he used to put me in these ridiculous situations when I have to sort of bounce down this waterfall and have to do all in one shot.
So
I remember
you get the sense there's very little
stuff like that. So he used to put me in these ridiculous situations.
you get the sense there's very little balance to him. He's sort of overcompensating.
About this boy with the bottom lines entry in the jungle, and you see him go through a rites of passage in the movie, and actually you put your son through a kind of rites of passage father to son.
That's like my question.
How do you say it? This day, they quote that line, "Squeal like a pig." I mean, how did that turn out?
Oddly enough, I was, because everyone's very nervous about this.
Yeah, this is interesting.
So I always said, you've got to do some coverage for television.
A male grape scene.
And particularly with the language. So there was a lot of foul language during the course of this rape. And so we sat around and thought, well, what can we say instead? And somebody, I think Roscoe, came up with "Squeal like a pig." And immediately I thought, it's much better than any of those swear words, They cut them all out, but use it in the main version. And it kind of stuck. For Ned Beatty, whenever he's walking on the street, people say "Squeal like a pig."
Goodness. Right.
So, have you read the novel, and have you met Jane Vicky, the author?
He was a very intimidating figure for actors. He called them all by the names that they were playing, it was all weird. And Dickie was sort of fantasist. When I first met him, he took me on one side and said, "I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone else. Everything in that book happened to me." I thought, right. I buried this guy into somewhere. It made me promise not to tell him so. Of course, I wanted to tell someone immediately. I said to Charles, I said, "Do you know everything in that book happened to him?" And Charles, yes, he told me the same when I was at the toilet. I went on telling everybody. And when I went up there with him, when he actually got into a canoe, and immediately turned it over, I realized that nothing in that book happened to him. Let's do one like this. Okay. Right. Everything you can see, left and right here, we planted something like 10 or 15,000 trees.
That take your day?
Yeah, most of the day. I started planting too late in life, but some acorns are now sturdy trees, and I'm not yet too old to climb it. And I'd lie in its branches, watching the world recede by 1 foot every year, which is how much they grow. It's quite nice.
Oh, lovely.
Did you read the book?
Of course it is.
Well, there you are. That's at the end of the book. So
But we
can quote that. If I could get up there, I haven't tried it for a while, but okay.
So the planting the trees is almost strategic. Like every year, I'm going to go to that tree. I'm going to see it recede by 1 more foot each time. That's thinking ahead. We started too late.
Of course, really the way to shoot the oak wood is to move the camera, because then the trees move in relation.
That's what I'm saying. He's exposition mobilizing rather than leading, because you see, he's intellectually oriented. That's he is first and foremost. He's creative. He's out of the box in his thinking and his style. But you see that sort of need to prove himself in terms of extroversion sensation coming through quite a lot.
It never quite expresses itself in a static shot like this. When we were doing Excalibur, you said
it's interesting how he's kept his family in a lot of the films that he made. He didn't just go big corporate. He kept it sort of art house, kept it sort of more independent, had people who his family, people he trusted in it.
Saying your lines so fast. So fast. I said, slow down, Katrina. Cut, slow down. I do it again. You're still too fast. Why are you saying your lines so fast? We can't understand what you're saying. And he said, well, you're only 17, I don't know.
17, yeah.
Oh, I'm afraid you're going to say cut before I finish.
Yeah, I think that the author and the director were working on the movie all were so desperate to impress the
Yeah.
technicians that
I
you're
know.
not a prima donna.
I know. Well, when I first started, you know, I was. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to impress the crew more than I did anything else. You know, that I knew what I was doing. I think. But now, yeah, now they.
Yeah.
Fine.
You definitely expect, you know, sort of 1000% from everybody because you're giving 2000% yourself.
Well, no, I think that
Quite a taskmaster.
Well, I feel all I feel about it is this: is that there's a tendency. You know, the best crew I ever worked with was on the Heaven Pacific. Was a Japanese crew. And they did. You know, they were so disciplined. They didn't move. They didn't. You know, a crew in England or America, they're always wandering around eating with a mouthful. Here in Sweden, they got a mouthful of food, and they're chilled.
And that's the stubbornness and the sensation. He's exacting. He's not determined. Which is why, you know, he sort of found himself doing. He didn't have a very clear sense. I need to go and become a filmmaker. It's like the same sense.
Still, until they're required, you know. Just exactly why I like it.
You did that one more time and turn to camera with the sword. Just turn, hold it, draw it, just look. You hit the shot, right? Ready? I've got my left hand. Well, I think that Dad, in a way, is a little bit like Merlin in Excalibur. When Merlin says, sometimes a dream, sometimes a nightmare.
I always identify with Merlin because Merlin.
Interesting.
What does he represent? Magic. And
okay, this could be illuminating.
The movie is about magic, and you know, you sit back, you think, well, somehow you've made this thing, and there's a kind of satisfaction in that.
I think the darkness of Dad.
That was less illuminating than I thought it would be.
Secrecy all goes back to his childhood.
You know, what had a profound effect on me was my mother's, you know, affair. Unconsciously, that situation has occurred in my films. For instance, Point Blank, it's about this man played by Lee Marvin who's betrayed by his wife, his best friend.
Betrayal, secrecy, sort of paranoia. That's the introverted ethics being where he can most be hurt.
Again, that triangle, it's Arthur, Lancelot, and Guinevere. My father and his best friend Herbert were both wooing my mother. She favored Herbert, but my father had a job and Herbert didn't. She married my father really out of a kind of proxy, in the sense, because she married the man she loved, his best friend. My father went off into the army, and Herbert didn't. My mother went to work for him, and they were together a lot.
You know also how matter of fact he is when he speaks as well. I don't get much extroverted ethics from him.
In some ways, I preferred it to my father, but I suppose it was a dilemma for me. You know, I was either betraying my father or betraying my mother. It was a choice in a sense. You know, my father was a disappointed man in a way because of the presence of this lover who was sort of always there, and somehow he felt it, and I was somehow a rival for my mother's affections. So he wanted me to succeed where he had failed. And at the same time, he also wanted me to fail. So there was a terrible strain there between those two things.
Was your mother somebody you could talk to, your sisters? Was it anybody you could find?
That's pretty complex stuff.
No, I never did confide in anybody.
So, and this is something that obviously
Didn't confide in anyone, didn't open up his feelings to anyone, kept that very much to himself. There's a certain degree of cognitive empathy as well, a bit of places of someone else's perspective, but not to share his own feelings and burdens, but almost be outwardly unsentimental. There's like a confidence in doing that.
Yeah, I think that. Yes, I think it did. Yeah. This is all stuff I'm working on here, all these scripts and things here like that. And then, you know, my bookshelves are all full.
Yeah.
There's no more room on my bookshelf for any more books, and there's probably no more room in my mind and memory, because that's what happens when you become senile. You can
Self-deprecation.
used up all your memory. There's nowhere left to go. I got a little bit left.
So you can see he reads very widely. He's knowledgeable. He reads a lot of stuff. Essentially, there's a lot of reading. You can see in the amount of films that the breadth of what they cover as well. The huge amount of breadth, huge amount of variety and versatility in terms of different topics. And you see, he's filled with all the. I imagine he's read almost every single book. It's not just for show.
I always loved Blake. There was a time when I read nothing else but Blake.
What was that?
This whole vision of a kind of England, it was very had a huge impression on me. The sick rose. O rose, thou art sick, the invisible worm that flies in the night, the howling storm, has found out thy bed of crimson joy, and in his dark and secret love does thy life destroy.
I remember studying that in English back when I was like 15. I think it applies more today than ever before.
Does that make you think of, makes me think of Tasha? Think of a beautiful young woman taking.
Yeah, well, that's what it's about. It's every something beauty in nature has within it the worm of death. That's the nature of life.
And that sort of morbidity and impermanence, that thematic approach is very introverted intuition. He's taken by that. Someone else has provided.
And
where's Tasha's tree? There. So you planted that when she.
Yeah, we had a ceremony here for the.
Yes, I think he always has to be either EIE or LIE. Between the two, I'm leaning more LIE.
Dad planted this when she died, just after she died. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's been there 11 years.
11 years.
It was about this high when you went in.
Amazing.
Goodness, the loss of a daughter as well.
What was your relationship like?
Well, it was very, very special. And there was this occasion when before she was 1 year old, she walked very early, and she fell into a pond, face down, and your mother found her. And she couldn't do anything. She just collapsed.
Oh, it's terrible.
This wail. And I ran out of the garden. There she was lying, and I took her out, and there was no.
Oh dear.
Pulse. No heartbeat. She was just white. Dead. And this was the time. It was before mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was widely known, and I'd read it, and I just glanced at it in a newspaper, and I just like an illustration. I didn't even read the article, and suddenly it just appeared before my eyes, and I read it. And that's the strong thing. I hadn't read it at the time, but when it appeared in front of me, I looked at it, and it told me how to do it. And I gave her mouth to mouth, and she started to breathe.
There were 4 of us, Telsha being the eldest. She would have been 49 this year. She died in 1996 of cancer.
You think of your children and you see the 2 of them together, and then your heart breaks when you think about that.
Okay, she didn't die as a 1-year-old in the pool. I've heard of children dying in pools like that, but no, okay. So you just absorbed information and knew in that moment what approach to apply, and you've retained that. And that's the extroverted logic as well. But he's susceptible. He's very susceptible in the introverted ethics. As the extrovert logic is far more front and center as what he does. He's good at getting across information. He's good at presenting information in quite a nuanced and non-structured, non-propagandistic way. Lots of themes he goes into, often quite morbid themes, about the inner primal nature of the extroverted and sensation coming out. I think LIE for him. Even that reduction of the primal bestial quality. You see similar things, sort of the motivation of vengeance in Quentin Tarantino, sort of that inner bestial nature that comes out in certain situations.
Well, there is no way of coping with it. I mean, you part of you dies with the child.
And yeah.
I miss Tasha every day, and you know, and I remember on the long way round, I think she was with me every step of the way. She was, I definitely felt her on my shoulder.
She died 12 years ago, and there was a kind of moment where the whole family just collapsed. I think it changes, doesn't it, the dynamic of the family afterwards, because
more about her than him right now. So I mean, let's give it a bit.
Don't do anything like where
I was shooting a picture, and I had this huge fever, a rash. This rash included the palms of my hands, and they went to UCLA emergency. They got very interested in this because a rash on the palms of the hands is like one of the signs of syphilis.
Oh.
I went back and Crystal said, "So what did they say?" I said, "Well, they think it's syphilis." So she said, "You'll have to have your own knife and fork and plate. Keep it separate from the rest of us."
Well, I think we can all gather that you don't get syphilis unless you've been poking it around a bit. You know what I mean? Sticking it in places you're not supposed to. And then it was Dr. Elsie who.
No, it was valley fever.
Valley fever. They took the blood test. Wasn't that about the time you then packed off and left Daisy and I behind when you went to?
Imagine that. They were only 3 months.
Let's see what else there is here. I might switch to something else. Let's try this one. That Point Blank.
Making
Point Blank.
a movie is much more, when you're writing the script, is much more like writing a poem than writing a novel.
Why is it more like writing a poem, writing a novel?
And what is left out is just as important as what is left in.
Yeah.
This precision of making every image essential to the story, to the idea, is to strip away everything that's inessential.
Stripping away anything that's inessential, being ruthlessly economical with what's portrayed. That's extroverted logic as well.
Music is a very big influence on me, I think. And so we talked the other day, didn't we, about Wagner. I was very influenced by what experiencing the ring cycle in Bayreuth, and resulted in me using a lot of Wagner music on Excalibur. Music is always difficult for me. I never think about the music before.
Why Wagner Excalibur? Wagner's German. Excalibur is almost sort of, well, it's Brittonic. It's pre-Anglo-Saxon British.
Make the film. It's always afterwards. I always make the film in such a way it doesn't need any music. And the question of whether the question of need or enjoyment is an interesting one. If you need music, you've fallen short in some way. So what is the function of music then? If you don't need it, what is its function? And so the answer to that is that it creates a kind of atmosphere rather than leading the emotion.
Oh, Spain won the World Cup. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I was gonna make a special video on Lionel Messi, but it sounds to me like that's probably not so necessary now. Oh well.
I mean, Spielberg's films generally, the music starts on the first frame and go right through to the end. So that it's a symphony, and that has a way of binding a film together. But remember, last night when we watched Point Blank, I used silence a great deal, which is a form of music in the sense that it's an absence of music. So
he's talking about technique. He's talking about how to create different effects, but it's very much about the how do you do it rather than the effect and the energy itself, which is more the extroverted logic approach, which is someone in what is more typically an extroverted ethics field. He's a filmmaker, he's an artist trying to affect people's moods and emotions, convey messages, is inherently extroverted ethics. Yet his approach is more, well, it's more about this, and it's about this, it's about what you do here and what you do here. It's extroverted logic still with abstract things like silences and themes, etc.
Often the absence of music is effective as the music itself.
Effective. Yeah.
So I was, I'm very influenced by. I only once did a jazz score, which was the general, and jazz is very well suited to movies, but seldom used these days. So influences, literary influences, for me is I've been very much taken with when I was very young. I very influenced by George Bernard Shaw, his radicalism, and
so that's the Fabian socialism side of things coming in. Let's hear a bit more about this.
And his skepticism have always had a lasting influence.
Skepticism is a key thing here.
Of course, he was a Fabian socialist, and which is what I became and have remained. So, yeah. I knew very early I was fascinated by movies, watching them, and I think the time.
It's interesting becoming a Fabian socialist. Okay, key things here. So Fabian socialism, although it is leaning towards gradually creating sort of communist utopia, socialist utopia, I should say, is about doing it very gradually. It is about boiling the frog very gradually rather than all at once. It can be seen as a more sort of pragmatic approach to socialism. rather than sort of revolutionary approach. At the same time, skepticism, I mean, the key thing is sort of escaping the class structure he was in when he was younger, he would have grown up in. He is quite old as well, born in the 1930s, so he was born at that sort of time, sort of the 40s, well, in the 30s, going up probably in the 50s, where socialism would have been more of a sort of alternative way of thinking about things. It wasn't so, the problems of communism and socialism weren't as well explored back then. So, you know, it's a different environment in terms of where one goes into socialism or not. I mean, I think, what's his name? Jack London was also well known as being a socialist. So it's, yeah, it's you can find more socialists when you go back into sort of 20th, predominantly earlier half of 20th century figures rather than, say, people in the 21st century. It's rarer now from what I've been able to see. Isaac, yes, we do have time for another one after Charlie Sheen. Happy to do another one.
When I was 17, the National Film Theatre in London opened the first time. And they showed all the great silent movies like Strahan's Greed, Griffiths.
I might just look into it a little bit more as well. What is the draw to socialism for John Boorman? Anti-authoritarian stance, that's the key. Provided a vital act to rebel against the deeply entrenched, rigid conservatism of post-war Britain. So that he found it too rigid. He wanted something which was more fluid, pragmatic, you could say. Social mobility, equality, I mean, egalitarian principles. They opposed the rigid British class system, where social economic mobility was heavily suppressed. See, once you get to, say, Thatcherism, the 80s, the expression of that becomes more about liberal meritocracy against sort of that social hierarchy. Whereas for him, it manifested more in terms of Fabian socialism. And rather than for violent upheaval, focus on democratic mechanisms, education, social reform, build fair and inclusive societies. It's more, you know, it's not revolution. It's not as you can say, well, I know the communists are doing this, but we're doing this in the nicer way. We're doing it in a more practical and pragmatic and sensible way of Fabianism. A new post-war vision is left-wing ideals that have transformed transformative British policies to the creation of the National Health Service and broader access to arts, which was all believed at the time to be very, very useful and effective. I mean, the NHS is almost a victim of its own success. Women are credited with birthing a vibrant cultural renaissance. I mean, victim of success, it's kept so many people alive for so long that it doesn't matter how much money you put into it, you still won't be able to keep the NHS well funded. It's become too expensive to keep. But that's because it's been successful keeping people alive for longer. Let's see. I might look into a bit about Hope and Glory. Tell you more about how he approached the old British class system. He approached old British class system not through bitter political preaching. As an astute, semi-autobiographical observer, represents irony and absurdism to expose its decay. Growing up lower middle class viewed a rigid hierarchy as a dying apparatus that crushed human potential and stunted British culture. I can easily see a Gamma turning to socialism for that reason. Even a Delta, if you think of George Orwell, very, very similar reasons for why he also opposed the British class system. The imperial delusion, the old generation of authority figures who clung desperately to the hierarchy and empire was rapidly disappearing. The post-war skeptics, the generation of conscripts that saw through the rigid system and desired a different, more egalitarian England. Instead of portraying the ruling class as terrifyingly omnipotent, he opted to show them as ridiculous, archaic, deeply out of touch. Has rigid segregation of military ranks. It's anti-LSI stuff rather than beta stuff here. and sort of the egalitarian approach of sort of Gamma, which you find it's not everyone's on the same level so much as people should be free to be meritorious, and that's how Gammas have typically taken that. But yeah, no, it's quite. I don't think it's some major inconsistency for him to be a Fabian socialist, given that at the time he was born, what experiences he had, and also what experiences he didn't have, which is seeing where left-wing approach to things has gone so extroverted ethics now rather than extroverted logic, to the point where, and also Thatcherism being or sort of the capitalistic economy. We don't live in the rigid social structure now. It's almost the left that now is bringing more of a social structure in different ways. So yeah, it was a different kind of left wing back then. There's a different kind of right wing to be against. So yeah, it makes sense to me. I think LIE for John Boorman. So thank you very much, Claudia, for that one. Let's move on now to Charlie Sheen. And thank you, Isaac, for your suggestion of moist critical penguins. I have no idea how to pronounce that. We'll get to that one. Sure. Let's look at Charlie Sheen now. That should be fun. Come on. Just type it in here. Why is my internet so down? Come on. What's happening? Right, I'll try on here. Oh, interesting. Born Carlos Erwin Estevez. I had no idea he was Hispanic. He's an American actor recognized for his breakout roles. And actually, no, before I do, I'm just going to have a quick loo break. I'll be right back, everyone. I'll see you. I'll see you in just a bit. Hang on. Right, there we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's move on to Charlie Sheen. So, yes, he's an American actor recognized for his breakout roles in the films Platoon, portrayed a young soldier in Vietnam, and Wall Street as an ambitious stockbroker. Born in New York City to actor Martin Sheen. Born Ramon Estevez. It's fascinating. I would never have guessed that they'd be from a Hispanic background. And I was Janet Templeton. Sheen, the second youngest of four siblings, adopted a stage name early in his career while following his family's path into acting. The thing is, his father who set Sheen, it wasn't Charlie. whoops, it wasn't Charlie. It was actually his father, Martin, who did that. Sheen's television success peaked with his portrayal of hedonistic jingle writer Charlie Harper on 2.5 Men. She earned up to 1.8 million per episode, being the highest paid actor in television at the time. But his tenure ended abruptly when he was fired due to chronic substance abuse, erratic on-set behavior, and public attacks on the show's creator, Chuck Lorre. But his dismissal for the public meltdown fueled by heavy drug use, during which he gave bizarre interviews boasting of tiger blood and being winning, alongside claims of superior intellect and Adonis DNA, exacerbating his professional downfall. Goodness. In 2015, he publicly disclosed his HIV positive diagnosis, dated back to 2011, when he had the public meltdown. So he had paid millions of individuals attempt to blackmail him over the condition to maintain privacy, until tabloid threats forced his hand. His physician confirmed at the time his viral load was undetectable due to treatment compliance. Sheen's life and career have been defined by cycles of acclaimed performances, legal troubles stemming from addiction, domestic incidents, and attempts at redemption, and scoring the consequence of unchecked personal excesses in Hollywood. So yeah, this is a guy who doesn't have much stability, to say the least. Quite a mercurial person, it seems. Okay, so born Carlos Erwin Esteves, 1965, New York City. His father, Ramon Antonio Gerardo Esteves, was an established actor known for roles in films and theatre. He went acting like his father did, basically. Youngest of 4 children, found strong ties to the entertainment industry. And we go to New York City to Malibu for Martin Sheen's Broadway performance, and The Subject Was Roses, which provided greater opportunities in Hollywood. So much of his childhood in this coastal environment with his parents' professional pursuits exposed him and siblings to film and television sets from an early age, fostering an early familiarity with the industry. He's had an early interest in acting and filmmaking. He also had an athletic talent as a star pitcher and shortstop in the baseball team. As a classmates, including Robert Downey Jr., Rob Lowe, and Sean Penn. Fascinating. They were at the same school. Basically, if you go to California in the, sort of beginning of the 80s, late 70s. Acting, filmmaking. I mean, his debut at age 9, an action of television film, The Execution of Private Slovnik, starring his father. Before his scheduled graduation, he was expelled from Santa Monica for his academic deficiencies and attendance issues, foregoing formal completion to focus on acting opportunities. He received a belated high school diploma certificate from school officials during an appearance on The Tonight Show, Jay Leno, presented by his former baseball coach. He did not pursue higher education, instead prioritizing entry into the entertainment industry. That was, his family did that. It would seem natural for him to go into that route. Why go down academic? If your family is well embedded in entertainment industry, you have the connections to do so, why not? Okay. What else? Critical acclaim intensified with Oliver Stone's Platoon, who portrayed Chris Taylor, a naive college dropout thrust into the moral chaos of the Vietnam War. The film, drawing from Stone's own experiences, earned 4 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. It praised Sheen's raw depiction of disillusionment, with the film holding an 89% approval rating. Because with Wall Street, and again under Stone's direction, as an ambitious stockbroker Bud Fox. His role to father Martin Sheen as an on-screen father showcased his ability to convey ethical compromise, contributing to the film's 79% Rotten Tomatoes score. He replaced Michael J. Fox as the lead in the ABC sitcom Spin City, portraying Charlie Crawford, the deputy mayor of New York City, for 45 episodes. Produced on CBS with the role of Charlie Harper, hedonistic jingle writer and bachelor in sitcom 2.5 Men. The show depicting Harper's life upended by his divorced brother, Alan, and nephew Jake moving in. Blending crude humor with family dynamics, quickly became a ratings powerhouse. 2010, he had become the highest paid actor on the television, approximately 1.8 million per episode. That's a lot of fame. The series' success propelled him to widespread fame. His portrayal of the self-indulgent, charismatic Harper, central to its appeal, though. It also drew scrutiny for its explicit content and Sheen's off-screen personal struggles, including substance abuse, which intensified in the late 2000s, multiple rehab stints, including one in 2011, disrupted production, commenting on CBS halting filming after she made public criticisms of law and exhibited erratic behaviour. Dismissals, meltdowns, ongoing substance abuse issues escalated into multiple production shutdowns. After his third stint of rehabilitation, he returned to the set, but exhibited erratic behaviour, prompting conflicts with executive producer Chuck Lorre and halting filming on these 2 occasions. His public meltdowns intensified in 2011 amid these tensions. Radio show hosted by Alex Jones, where he denounced Lorre using profanities and mocked the show's production. Escalating personal attacks included references to Lorre's sobriety and creative decisions. He gave a widely viewed ABC News interview, which he claimed to possess tiger blood, of winning and by winning, rejecting a bipolar diagnosis, while admitting to extreme drug use. The cumulative effect of his conduct culminated in his dismissal from the series in 2011. They terminated his contract effective immediately, citing multiple breaches, including threats of physical violence against law, promotion of drug use to minors via parties at his home, violation of the clause prohibiting felony offences involving moral turpitude, etc., etc. Let me see. Viral rant as well. Following his dismissal, he took a lead role in the FX sitcom Anger Management. In the series, he portrayed another Charlie Goodson, an anger management therapist dealing with personal and professional challenges, drawing parallels to his own life experience. There we go. The show achieved moderate success, earning $600,000 per episode, but faced criticism for formulaic writing and reliance on Sheen's persona. Let's see. He had informed partners and managed the condition with antiretroviral medication that reduces viral load to undetectable levels. So basically forced to reveal this, to disclose this by tabloids and other stuff. His media presence shifted towards personal storytelling in 2025, release of a 2-part Netflix documentary, aka Charlie Sheen, December 10th, which interviews with family, friends, former associates. Okay. He capitalized on his public persona during the 2011 media frenzy. His dismissal, securing endorsement deals estimated $2 million over the past 12 months. He had Twitter sponsorship with Adley, promotional tweets for brands. Endorsement activities diminished and amid personal controversies. No major deals reported until recent sobriety stabilized ventures. Established a new production company in collaboration with producer Todd Christopher, signed for WME for representation across film, television, and scripted content. Okay. He's married Donna Peel in 1995 in a private ceremony, lasted less than a year, and a divorce. Married to Denise Richards, so had 2 daughters. Then Richards filed for divorce. Began dating a real estate investor, Brooke Muller, married her. Twin sons. Marriage deteriorated rapidly. Marked by his arrest for domestic violence after Muller alleged that he assaulted her while holding one of their infants. Witness surprise marriages, had high-profile relationships. Okay, so three failed marriages, which actually is the same number as Tom Cruise. Substance abuse, primarily involving cocaine, crack cocaine, and alcohol, date back to his early stages of his acting career in prison for decades, to multiple rehabilitations, leading convictions of professional repercussions. And a fatal escalating occurred when he overdosed on cocaine, resulting in stroke. Rehab. And he got his HIV diagnosis. I see. And now he's sober, achieving it in 2017 from decades of substance abuse. Okay. Okay, we talked already about his erratic behavior. His bad boy antics with televised effects of sort law have become untenable from production, costing the studio millions. He attributed elements of the episode to excessive testosterone cream use, amplifying mania. And then sexual misconduct allegations. Corey Feldman alleged in his documentary My Truth, the Grape of Two Coreys, that charging sodomized Corey Haim, the age 13, during the film of the 1960 movie Lucas. She was approximately 20 at the time, categorically denied the accusation. It was absolutely effing, etc., categorically false. Haim's mother, Judy Haim, publicly rejected the claim as all made up. There was some never mentioned incident Sheen during his lifetime. Okay, so basically, there's no real substance to that, essentially. In addition to civil lawsuits, have accused Sheen of physical and sexual battery. Former fiancée Scotty Ross, as an adult film actress, filed a complaint as Jim Martin says assault and battery. She denied all allegations. Yep. He's eschewed formal affiliation with political parties, finding his outlook as transcending conventional liberal conservative divides and inclined towards radical skepticism of institutional narratives. Publicly questioned an official account of September 11th, 2001 attacks. 19 hijackers armed with box cutters achieving such precise outcomes strain credulity and constitute conspiracy theory in itself. He opposed Donald Trump's presidential candidacy, explicitly saying that he did not want to witness Trump winning the election, recounting personal disdain for Trump, saying for 1990s encounter. In Tucker Carlson, he reiterated his rejection of the official 9/11 explanation due to controlled demolition rather than hijacking competence. And disclosed receiving an admonishment from a White House official of partnering with Alex Jones to advocate for 9/11 truth. But during the Obama administration. Okay. Vaccine skepticism. So, more of a sort of conspiracy theory sort of stuff going on here. Sort of the Alex Jones crowd. Okay, opposition to childhood vaccinations. Take the evidence of 2008 custody dispute with his ex-wife Denise Richards over their daughters. Sammy and Lola, Richard sought to vaccinate children, citing medical recommendations. She refused consent. Yep. Following the HIV positive disclosure, he initially positioned as an advocate for awareness and testing. According to a documented surge in HIV-related legal research and testing inquiries known as the Charlie Sheen effect, that's ironic. However, subsequent health decisions drew sharp critiques from AIDS activists and medical experts. His actions were condemned as irresponsible, opening undermine trust in evidence-based treatments and risk public health by endorsing pseudoscientific approaches over clinically validated ART. Yeah, I mean, look, the vaccine debate has evolved a lot since, but this is not about COVID vaccines. This is about other vaccines. So it's more controversial than, the skepticism towards the COVID vaccine for children specifically. There are arguments made by some that maybe kids should not be having a COVID vaccine if it's more directed towards protecting the elderly. Okay, but this is a different sort of skepticism towards vaccines, which, where the illness itself can kill children and has killed children. Right. Conservative libertarian perspectives have framed survival and advocacy as triumphant individualism of medical overreach, which gives later vaccine skepticism, contrasted with left-leaning dismissals of his health narrative as enabling denialism. Right, okay. So that's basically what the Grokpedia article says. See if we can find an interview. Actually, we'll go to that 2011 meltdown. By winning. No, we'll go to proper interview.
How about Canberra?
Explore London this summer with Greater Anglia. It's great out there.
He really wanted to prove to you that he is clean now.
Yes, good morning again, George. And he claims no drugs right now, but we did talk a lot about his past drug use. Charlie Sheen has never been more candid about it and makes no excuses for it. He also shared with us some of what really happened that night last month when he was rushed to the hospital after a drug-filled night with porn is coming off as erratic.
Right. Well, did you borrow my brain for 5 seconds and just be like, dude, can't handle it. Unplug this bastard. Yeah, because it fires in a way that is, I don't know, maybe not from this particular terrestrial realm.
I think some of those things that you're putting out there are making people think something's wrong with you.
That's up to, that has nothing to do with me, really. I mean, they're entitled to, I suppose, interpret stuff as they must.
Some
I'm
are-
a doctor of.
Some are saying that you're bipolar.
Wow, what does that mean?
I guess that, you're on two ends of the spectrum.
Wow. And then what? What's the cure? Medicine? Make me like them? Not gonna happen. I'm by winning. I win here and I win there. Now what? If I'm bipolar, aren't there moments where a guy like crashes and is like in the corner, like, oh my God, it's all my mom's fault? Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Move forward.
Have you had any celebrity?
Sort of like the tough it out mentality. Doesn't like sort of the perceived weakness of being depressed. You see also contrarian side here, like he's not taking on board how he might be coming across. He's doubling down on it there.
Please reach out to you to try and help you.
Yeah, like radical people like Sean Penn and Mel Gibson and Colin Farrell and just radical people, and they're not telling me what to do.
Who gave you the best piece of advice?
Well, they didn't give me any advice, and within that, there's great advice. It was just love, and so just to see. It's oftentimes says unknown, but occasionally a giant marquee name comes through on your caller ID, and it's like winning.
When was the last time you used?
I use a blender. I use a vacuum cleaner. I use household items. When was the last time I ingested or took drugs?
Yes. When
Use
was the last time you took drugs?
Such an AA stupid expression or term. I don't remember. I do not remember.
A week ago, 2 weeks ago,
Maybe a month
2 days ago.
6 weeks. I don't know. It was a couple days before the suits rolled in and said, change everything. We're shutting you down.
Tell me about the last time you took drugs.
Last time I took drugs, I probably took more than.
His face looks kind of red. I'm not sure if his face actually is that red. It's just the bad lighting. I'm not sure. It doesn't look good.
Than anybody could survive.
What are we talking about? How much?
I don't know, man. I was banging 7-gram rocks and finishing them because that's how I roll. I have one speed. I have one gear. Go.
How do you survive that?
One speed, one gear, go. That sounds quite extroverted sensation as well. It's like high intensity lifestyle and embracing that.
Because I'm me. I'm different. I just have a different constitution. I have a different brain. I have a different heart. I have a different, I got tiger blood, man.
You don't worry that you're
tiger blood
when you take that many drugs.
Dying's fools.
But you're only human.
Now, there's certain blends I will not entertain because that's how people go down.
That's the idea. I have the blood of a predator. It sounds a bit deranged, but also it's very extroverted sensation deranged.
Too smart to do that. So, I'm sorry for the guys that happened to, but you should have read the directions before you showed up at the party.
So you actually have a strategy about how you take your drugs?
No, I just have a couple of rules. I don't know if it's a strategy.
You're clean right now.
Sure.
So is this better now? Your life now, clean with your children.
Yeah,
is it better than being on drugs?
It's perfect. Yeah. No.
He doesn't think he has much of a strategy. What is would be the strategy towards drug taking? I guess I don't think he has much of a strategy from the look of it.
It doesn't compare. They're whole different realities. There's great things about both, but what I'm harnessing now is absolute, focus.
Mm-hmm.
It's exciting. It's exciting. I've come back from a place that people can put labels on it. They can figure all this stuff out. They can try to normalize it, boring, stupid, and that's fine. But for me, it's I've just answered to a higher calling, and it happened in the blink of an eye, and I'm totally excited by it.
Answering to a higher calling, that's the introvert intuition. Doesn't seem very sophisticated. It could be a suggestive introvert intuition.
Are you worried you're going to relapse?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going to. Period. The end.
But how do you?
I blinked and I cured my brain. That's how. Everybody has the power. Just because everybody, can't is the cancer of happen. Can't is
I blinked and I cured my brain. This sort of overwhelming confidence in his ability to hold himself under control by himself.
Cancer of happen. I can't do it. The Nike slogan doesn't say just try it. Oh, okay. Just try it. No, just do it, man.
But you love to party.
I mean, what's not to love?
How do
Especially
you?
when you see how I party, man. It was epic. The run I was on made Sinatra, Flynn, Jagger, Richards, all of them just look like, you know, droopy-eyed, armless children.
When you look back at the last time you used drugs,
Droopy-eyed,
are
armless
you disgusted
children.
with yourself, or do you
No,
think, how could I have done that?
I'm proud of what I've created. It was radical.
You're proud of that party moment?
Of course. Why wouldn't
Doing all
I
those-
be?
Yeah, full on contrarian behavior now, not obstinate behavior. Doubling down on how he's perceived, doubling down, I'm proud of what I did. You know, the ethical considerations, the interpersonal, how you treat people is not interested.
No,
Why would you
Not
be?
interested in
Because I expose people to
in
magic.
feedback
I expose
on
them to
that.
something they're never otherwise going to see in their boring, normal lives. And I gave
Mm.
that to them. I may forget about them tomorrow, but they'll live with that memory for the rest of their lives. And that's a gift, man.
That is extroverted ethics as a evilly demobilizing.
You're showing them the party.
I just, you know, that's got nothing to do with me. That's all on her. And if she does, I'm sorry.
You say that you like the feeling of being on drugs, and it's
Not
exciting
anymore,
and fun.
Not anymore. It bored the hell out of me after a while. I was like, okay, let's try something else.
How can anyone believe that you will stay clean, given your track record?
I'm not interested in what people believe. I'm interested in what I believe, and I believe the truth, and that's what rules me.
And Charlie Sheen did end up taking that drug test while we were in his home. He passed the urine test, but also took a more comprehensive blood test that would reveal if even more drugs were taken.
Right. Okay. Let's see another interview, one that's more healthy. Let's see him when he's not, you know, on the defensive so much. And that's the most famous one, of course. Do a more recent one. Oh, Joe Rogan. 10 months ago. And will I get taken down for this? I'll pause it frequently.
My teeth were falling to pieces and I needed a friend.
No.
It's playing a role.
There's an energy.
It couldn't
It's playing a
figure
role,
out
but I couldn't figure out.
what, you know, what the plot was. My co-star first word. Where somebody, you know, somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need. You know.
So he speaks quite images. It's not matter of fact communication. It's more of a feeling he's communicating here.
And it got away from me, and had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right, you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently, something I
That's quite a beta extroverted ethics issue.
stumbled onto. It's I was in some way I was being a bully. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, you know, and I've never been that guy.
How so? How so? Like,
the way I was attacking people and the way I was challenging people, I was like a tough guy.
That's the extrovert sensation coming out.
And the block, and had all these soldiers. I had this whole cadre behind me, and it was like, you know, inviting people into the ring. I've never been in the ring. What are we doing, you know?
You're on coke. That's
among
cocaine behavior.
among other things.
It does sound like cocaine behavior.
Yeah, and I think there was a whole testosterone component as well that was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, you know, what do they recommend? Like a quarter size dollop and like every other day. And no, there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial.
Oh, so you using the cream?
So why was he putting on testosterone cream? Why do you feel he need to do that?
Cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure. It's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment, and I'm, you know, really realizing wasn't about the job, wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. You know, it was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and then just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress, you know.
That's on board.
Yeah, and it's not in the
So-
book because I can't really.
No time
I
to
don't
decompress.
well enough to put
No,
it in the book, and that
not
was
really
kind of
practically much
deciding what's
self-care
in there
there.
and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so but I was trying to just kind of like I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during during that run of 8 years, and so
That's crazy.
it's insane. Yeah,
That is huge. That is
and
absolutely
they
huge.
both, they fell apart for myriad reasons and whatever, and but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions. That's one of the through lines of the book. Is it's like
This is the idea, sort of jumping straight, almost on rebound into another relationship, not realizing you needed to actually process that, and sort of just jumping in without processing. I think there's a certain impulsiveness here, an unpredictability here in terms of immediate action, which leads me towards thinking extrovert sensation is more of a leading form, and introvert intuition is a weaker area rather than the creative function. But I'm not 100% sure yet.
really comes down to really being all about choices, but then yeah, but it's just for it to be just talking about the bullying stuff, for it to be so directed at a guy who, let's like, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me? He created this environment with a dream character in an amazing show, or so people tell me, right? That was the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just just show up, be responsible, know your line, take your marks, do your fucking job. Those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So
he's totally taking accountability for how ridiculous the situation was, and that he had created it.
And then I turned into that. It's really difficult to really look back on it and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far.
I'll help you out.
Okay. Testosterone. Okay.
Having all kinds of conversations with people here that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct.
Right.
So I talked to Chuck. Did you ever let Chuck know? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, no, I was really grateful we were able to do that.
Oh, that's nice.
You guys turned that around for too long.
Yeah.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Bookie with Sebastian Maniscalco, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I came in, I played myself, did a few scenes, did a cameo, did some fun stuff, and just back on the set with Chuck, and it was like it just felt like it did in the early.
Oh, that's well. Good on him for not holding a grudge too. Yeah, that's awesome.
And you didn't have any shame.
I didn't.
No.
That's a good thing. He didn't have any shame. Why?
Because I'd watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrea Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I don't even think it wasn't a GMA piece. It was like a more in depth, one of those exposés they do, And it was me coming out of rehab, and I remember watching myself and just being I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame.
And so seeing things through the lens of that guy as a pussy, that's weak. That seems to be the key lens he sees things through.
All that embarrassment. Like, no, we're not doing that anymore. So that got locked in.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I remember how I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way.
Yeah.
I was like, no. And then I got the brain full of
not doing it their way, not compromising, not following their way of doing it. He felt that was weakness. You need to take a strong, tough way of doing it.
Fucking nuclear crazy cream that I'm a fucking covering myself in, and that's what 2Ks. That's like the donuts, right?
Right.
And yeah, man, and you know where the material came from, right? Those slogans and all that stuff.
No,
was Brian Wilson
from the Beach Boys?
No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants, the guy they called the Beard.
Oh,
yeah. I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that, because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights, and I was like, wow, this guy's a fucking trip. Tony, get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. I was like, hey man, I just know the guys like us, we're not like everybody else. We're different, man. We got tiger blood running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. We got.
So that's where you got the tiger blood idea from. Okay.
you know, we don't know how to lose, man, 'cause we're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this, and he's probably thinking, cool, man, I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. You know? That stuff went in there, man. And it's in a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs. So maybe, I don't even know, what was the first of that story? Being fired or some shit? I don't remember. So but there's a moment that's not on film. And Andrew can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just like let it just you know, brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? I'm like, what?
See, similar to Tom Cruise there. He didn't like something, he'll challenge and confront that.
How you just address them. You owe them an apology. She's like, okay. I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? But this is the tone of it. And so how did she address them? I felt like they were dismissed as just like porn chicks, you know, because one was a porn chick, the other was not. So natty, she kind of got rolled into that, right? Unfairly, you know. So then they, you know, Andrew's like, oh my god, okay, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, you know, but I'm over here, you know, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go.
Yeah, I think it's high extroverted sensation with that sort of stubborn, valued extroverted ethics coming in. So an ESC can also do that sort of stuff, but SLE will do it as well. Definitely do it as well. If they don't like how if they feel that someone's been disrespected. EIE will do it as well, but they won't are so effective in the confrontational side of things, and they overreact on that part.
I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing. Right? Yeah. So you ramped up now. Yeah, and that's when it turned into. And then I started hearing Brian stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, man, I'm fucking tired about it. And then it all just, and then I got away from it, and I couldn't pull it back. Wow. And then everybody's like, okay, well, that's different. It's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever. Now, well, let's just you know, let's have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out, you know. And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. It's like banging on the door. People are, you know, saying, you know, videos and stuff. And it's like, dude, fucking the world on fire with your shit, man. I'm like, all right, what's that mean? And there's folk songs and rap songs. People like marching in the streets. And there's already T-shirts, and it's just gone. It exploded. Yeah. So it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just.
That's nothing. What he's not doing is considering how is this going to be perceived outside of the room that I'm in. What is this going to lead to? I mean, okay, he was also high. He wasn't in his best mindset, but I do get the sense that he doesn't easily think about that stuff anyway. He sort of just goes in it. He's just instinctive to some degree.
You know,
UFC fighters were saying they had tiger blood. They were joking around about it.
See? Yeah, I mean, it got away from you. It penetrated, man. Yeah, it achieved penetration.
Well, no one had ever done an interview like that before.
You just don't get the sense that this achieving of penetration is something he feels is under his control and something he can just do volitionally. It's like, amazing, I did this sort of thing, which makes more sense, I think, for a super id function rather than an ego function.
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. I was going to be Sissy Charles.
Exactly. I wasn't thinking about it in the moment.
Convergence of all these elements, all these emotions, and all these feelings, and also the resentment I had in myself, you know, and just like, all right, I'm just going to pick some targets. And you know, really nice. I've been sort of, if I could have just sort of heard it, just kind of, you know, away from it. You know,
have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
So yeah, I'm thinking more SLE for him than EIE. I do not see introverted intuition as being strong much at all. I don't think his extrovert ethics is particularly strong either. It's kind of all or nothing.
Started to. No, I started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it.
Right. What else is there? Some of this. It looks like this sort of pausing approach is working. I'm not getting my stream taken down. A good thing.
You were the highest paid actor on television. You blew it up. What happened?
Got a little dicey there.
From actor to author.
Yeah, it's possible.
Sure.
We're all still in the game.
Charlie Sheen's
Right.
back.
Well, you've crawled out of some places that a lot of people wouldn't survive.
Thank you.
With stories not even Hollywood could make up.
The cartel cut you off.
They
of Hollywood's truly great actors. But off camera, he became an even more successful bad boy. The one-time highest paid star on TV was a drug, alcohol, and sex addict, whose mishaps and meltdowns were as frequent as they were public. But then, 8 years ago, something quite miraculous and unexpected happened. Sheen cleaned up his act. And now, instead of trying to hide his deepest, darkest, and dirtiest secrets, he's owning up to them. No need to worry, though. Sobriety certainly hasn't made Charlie boring.
This whole idea of, rather than hiding his dirty secret, he owns up to them, he mans up to them. It's similar to Shia LaBeouf and John Bell. That sort of similar kind of approach. I'm gonna own this, man. I'm gonna be tough. I'm not gonna be a little wuss and not confront the stupid stuff I've done in the past. I see that more with dysfunctional SLEs who have become less dysfunctional over time than even with EIEs, where they're less skilled at sort of narrative recreation. They do this instead.
This must be the place.
How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
So nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having
Have a seat.
Yeah. Wow.
All right.
Here we are. Well, that's what I call it, fold.
It's been years since Charlie Sheen was a regular on our TV screens.
Before I
Yeah, Trump similar. I mean, he hasn't gone off the rails anywhere near the extent which Charlie Sheen has, or even Shia LaBeouf. Trump has not been put in prison yet. But yeah.
Pull your pajama bottoms up so far you wear your balls as a polo tie.
So it's perhaps not surprising he seems a little overwhelmed in front of the cameras.
So what do you got? You got 4 cameras on them? How many cameras did you get? You get 4 also? What? But is yours moving at least?
No.
So yours is fixed. So how are they going to use your cuttings to match with my tracking shots?
Yeah, magic.
Okay. Charlie Sheen's like, what?
So there's no escaping. We're going to get every reaction,
Where?
every emotion.
No pressure. You deserve at least 1 more camera. I mean, come on.
I'm good.
You mean to call your boss?
First thing, he assesses the environment around him, where the cameras are, so physical placement of things he's quite aware of.
Could you?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'll be just fine.
It's that cheeky nature that endeared him to millions around the world.
Mm.
But he's not here as Charlie Sheen, the actor. Today, he's an author with one hell of a tale to tell. A true story of fame, fortune, debauchery, and ultimately, he hopes, redemption.
Why did you decide to have this conversation?
He was the party animal. There's a physicality. There's a sensual qualities. This is not someone who's detached from his day-to-day experiences to the degree which, say, an EIE is more likely to be.
To write the book, to share your deep, dark, and dirty secrets with the world.
It's not so much the why. It's more about that I had gotten to a place where I had enough perspective to deliver it in a way that was very personal. Was hopefully somewhat entertaining. Were you entertained when you read it?
Absolutely.
Right, good. Okay, check that box. But also to tell those stories in a way
I'm still thinking, okay, it's playing entertaining. The extrovert ethics, it still matters to him.
that they've never been told.
To tell your own story as opposed to how it was told.
Exactly. Yeah, through the pens and through the lenses.
And also, he asked, "Were you entertained?" He doesn't know that it was entertaining. It again it's not extrovert ethics is not strong. It's not a leading function in the same way.
Of others, you know.
Charlie's been tabloid fodder his whole life. Son of Hollywood royalty, Martin Sheen, brother of Brad Packer, Emilio Estevez. He grew up on film sets surrounded by stars and appeared in his first movie with his dad when he was just 9 years old.
Did you feel that acting was your destiny growing up in the Sheen Estevez clan?
I didn't. No, it was a hobby. It was what we watched Dad do growing up.
That's me. He's not a determined type. It's not like this is my destiny. He just found himself in it, and it was quite a sort of. It's just literally what his dad did. So that's what he's doing. He didn't really think about it too much.
But then I was running out of options. Okay, I was academic failure, athletic failure, and I was watching Emilio with this incredible rise to stardom and success, and all this access to like the coolest things on the planet. And I was like, I gotta do some of that,
He wanted hope.
Coolest thing, the planet. Big celebrity lifestyle. You like that?
The genes, the looks, and the raw talent. A combination that landed him a string of huge roles, starting with teen thriller, Red Dawn.
I said, no, we're not doing it. What do you found out?
Then award-winning Platoon, directed by Oliver Stone.
Somebody once wrote, hell is the impossibility of reason. That's what this place feels like. Hell.
He had a scene-stealing cameo in cult classic.
Okay. Can we skip this a bit?
Lady.
The way they lift
Oh,
my boots.
for goodness sake.
Oh, and don't even get me started on the scratch.
Right. Oh, good.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
You know what? I've been driving all day. What do you guys? What do you feel like you're chasing? What club do you?
Charlie Sheen was a huge star in his own right.
Yep.
What did that do to your head and your ego?
I didn't really feel like I was a guy that led with ego. I was a guy that put on a facade that perhaps there was more ego there than there really was, and suddenly
That's interesting. Why did he do that? Why did he need to put on the facade of ego?
the stakes get elevated with each opportunity. You know, there's a thing about, am I really ready for this? You know, shouldn't they have like checked me out? Shouldn't they have looked under the hood a little longer, you know, or a little more thoroughly before just trusting me?
Were you ready?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Good. Go in there, cut some of his hair.
Well, he
You say that now with hindsight. Why didn't people see where I was going to go? He didn't know where he was going to go. He didn't have the sort of reflectiveness himself. He almost looked at could someone else have seen where this was going and to tell me before I jumped into this? There's almost an expectation of introvert intuition from his environment.
He kept it together on screen. Off camera, Charlie had started drinking heavily and abusing drugs, spiraling into an addiction that would dominate the next 3 decades of his life. In behind the scenes, you were partying hard.
Yes.
How hard?
Is there like a scale?
Yeah.
What's this? Are we on a 10?
Let's go 100.
100. Okay. Yeah. No, I would take it where I felt it needed to go, and dare others to follow me there. You know, I wanted to really enjoy the success, you know, on my terms, and still try to navigate and manage the responsibilities of the job. You know.
So he'd taken up the ante, and he'd trying to get other people to take it up the ante. He was pushing the limits a great deal. There's no sense of him being a cautious, risk-oriented person. Whereas EIEs, despite the bravado, do have that also. They have that anxiety. They have that risk-orientedness. You don't get that for Charlie Sheen.
Came harder and harder as the trappings of fame and fortune led him down a dark path.
Charlie Sheen was among the clients of her $1,500 hookers. I've never hired a woman, but I would just think it's like a blind date, really.
Charlie developed an expensive obsession with prostitutes.
He claims actor Charlie Sheen wanted prostitutes dressed as cheerleaders. He testified he spent more than $50,000 in 3 years soliciting prostitutes from.
And so again, that's also almost no introverted ethics there. Very little thought towards, okay, what are the ramifications of doing this? But also just the sort of physical act, being very much into the physical act, can cause an SLE to more frequently turn to prostitutes than, say, even EIEs. I think that is an example of the extroverted sensation without any regard to introverted ethics, not even as an ignoring function.
Lies. Secret flight? What Charlie Sheen?
And his drug and alcohol problems were raging out of control, leading to a near-fatal overdose in 1998.
He was admitted to Los Robles Regional Medical Center at 5:30 in the morning, accompanied by his father. We are in the stages right now of recovery.
His behaviour saw him shunned by film studios, his reputation in tatters. But in reflection and remorse, he's tempered by humour. Is it true that at the height of your addiction, sorry, I'll go for it. What is that? Can you match my ass?
No, it's a breath mint.
Oh.
Breath sauce, breath juice. And I peel
Breath for juice. Okay.
off the
Never heard of that
the
before.
wrapper, because you can't see when it's running out.
Ooh.
And if you're in like a moment where you really need better smelling breath, and you got to hit this thing that's empty.
Did you feel like you were in that moment then?
Well, yeah, we've only known each other for 14 minutes,
Yeah.
and you know, you're only about 4.5 feet away.
I appreciate it. Very thoughtful.
Yes, indeed.
That sort of particularity over breath. That's a sort of exacting tendency. Trump can be like that with his hands as well. Like, okay, I got to get this physical thing in order to exercise control over that. Yeah, something I've seen quite a bit of extrovert sensation types. It's the introvert sensation ignoring. It's that sort of rigidity over, okay, what is going on in my experience? What experiences am I physically having?
Charlie's easy charm helped land him a second chance in Hollywood and launched him onto the small screen in the year 2000. First, in the hit sitcom Spin City.
Give you a chance, and no one else, but I want to show you the mistake.
I mean, it is easy charm. It's not carefully considered image procurement. It's a lot. It doesn't think it through, and that kind of is why it's that sort of cheeky chappy.
Then, a couple of years later, with the defining role of his career, playing Charlie Harper in 2.5 Men.
Okay, everybody stop.
The show was the runaway success, raking in tens of millions of viewers and earning Sheen more than $2 million an episode. He should have been at the peak of his power, but behind the scenes, his personal life was a mess.
Yeah. If only there was a magical liquid that could erase bad memories.
And once again, his reliance on drugs and booze was taking its toll. By 2011, television executives had had enough and sensationally fired their leading man.
You were the highest paid actor on television. What happened?
It was just it was an imperfect storm of, well, way too much stuff going on behind the scenes in my personal life, and I back-to-back failed marriages, and then in the middle of all that, still trying to, you know, be front and center for the children. You know, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children in an 8-year run on that show.
Yeah.
Regret how it ended?
I regret how it ended. Yeah.
Out of the job, Charlie Sheen was out of control. But unbelievably, the worst was yet to come.
Because they're not winning.
After the break, what life was like off the rails.
That's like a train crash coming off a bridge, like hit by.
You think it's not that he just physically broke down. It looks like Emilia Clarke, as all of that pressure and that stress, and her brain just went. For Charlie, he didn't just collapse. He overdosed. He took too much drugs. He just didn't. He put too much poison in his system one day, and and he just lost track of, okay, where even am I in this now? It's not an introvert sensation weakness. It's just totally not valuing it in preference of extrovert sensation.
Tsunami falling into the volcano, right? Yeah.
It's not a bad. It's family. Driver helps you focus on what actually matters over time. Tracking what's happening inside your body.
It's still hard to watch Charlie Sheen in full meltdown.
Winner chicken dinner. I don't think so. Winner Sheen dinner.
In 2011, height of his fame, the Hollywood bad boy was drunk and drugged to the eyeballs.
Do you recognize that guy now?
Well, there's a lot of that guy. Which one in particular? You're talking about like the that guy, or just that guy?
That guy.
I'm not sure what that means.
That guy.
Definitely not an extroverted logic way of expressing things.
Acknowledge it, but I don't relate to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Jen, yeah, nice to meet you. Sorry, how you're cool. Nice to meet you.
What was that like being inside your head? Because from the outside, I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you, it was like watching a train crash.
Right.
What was that like for you?
But that's like a train crash coming off a bridge, like hit by a tsunami falling into the volcano, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
On fire.
Let's not just make it like just a run-of-the-mill train crash.
It was a Charlie Sheen train crash.
Yeah.
Even the train crash has to be bigger and bolder and impactful.
I can't really speak of what it was like inside my head. It was kind of outside my head.
Now 60, clean.
He can't speak what was inside his head. He was outside it. Again, the introverted intuition is not strong in this person. He was outside of his head. He's not a person who tends to be in his head. He doesn't reflect. He just does. And I think that, again, points to extrovert sensation, I think, being a leading function rather than mobilizing. I don't think introvert intuition is anything more than a suggestive function for this guy.
And sober for 8 years, Charlie is finally ready to tell all in a new memoir, The Book of Shame. For the first time, in his own words, he reveals the sordid and confronting details of his drug use. At one point so extreme, the Mexican cartel refused to sell him cocaine. The cartel.
Wow.
They did. They had never.
Cartel refused to give him cocaine.
And so the only other people that they were delivering that kind of weight to were dealers, and they thought I was dealing on the side.
Is it true that you were smoking like 7-gram rocks of crack cocaine?
Well, we never took one out of the pipe and put it on a scale. However, yeah.
Nothing. EIEs and LIEs, I'd say, actually collapse sooner. They don't have the stamina to take things quite that far. Whereas an SLE or an SE or just that's that drug addled, they can go for longer. They can pack a greater amount of cocaine before they eventually go off.
That was the amount.
That he is a tough person. You can see physically there's a toughness there, even with the taking things to the very excesses.
Was cooked to get it into that form, and I remember at one point the Jaws moment. We're going to need a bigger pipe. It's kind of funny, huh?
It is funny, but it's also deeply like you're lucky to be alive.
I know. I get all that. I'm not going to let much.
Like his appetite for drugs, his addiction to sex is well documented.
That's incredible.
But just when you thought you heard it all, Sheen divulges unexpected new details of that wild time in his life.
So you're in this drug-fueled state, and you write about you're having sex with lots of women, and then you say you flip the menu.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, there's a lot of stuff on the other side I never looked at, and I was like, well, hold on now. And I'm like, well, sure. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I mean, it's a deeply personal question, but
No, it's
talking about having sex with men.
Sure. Yeah.
Why did you want to share that?
I just wanted to feel what it would be like to just expose that, not expose that, but share that, and it's fine. But it was also to take the bullets out of some guns that have still been pointed in my direction, and just like say, you no longer have any control over me with your torture demands and stuff like that.
Okay, so there are people from your past who are still holding that.
Yeah, and so that was a part. That's not what led the charge. That's more of an off-label benefit to making that decision.
There's relief in unburdening himself of a secret that's hung over him for many years. But the reality is the consequences of that lifestyle.
It's interesting how he basically, I'm just going to take control of this. You can't have his power over me anymore.
As he shared with the world in 2015.
Like he'd sooner have that embarrassing thing in his reputation than allow someone to control him with it. I think an EIE often goes the other way.
I'm here to admit that I'm in fact actually positive. It's a hard 3 letters to absorb.
It was a difficult time, made worse by the sexual partners who'd been threatening him.
So you're being blackmailed
Yeah.
by former sexual partners?
Correct, yeah.
We're talking millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars?
I mean, yeah, it was up there. It was 7-figure stuff.
Wow.
I'm not saying that completely inspired the stuff about the
And that's also the real weakness in introverted ethics here. It's there's no discernment in terms of which levels of intimacy he has with people. Whereas EIEs typically have some introverted ethics going on if they don't like to give much of a voice to it.
Men's sex.
Sex with men.
Sex. And so, yeah, but I had a hunch that it would come with a similar benefits package.
Yeah. You really don't shy away from anything, do you?
Well, I got more days behind me than in front of me, and so if the rest of this thing is going to be authentic, then why not now? Why not now?
Do you see this as is it a fresh start, a second chance? What's next?
That's the thing. They're not shying away from anything. He just confronts everything. That is the extroverted sensation mindset. Just be direct. Don't be a wuss about it.
What is the next chapter?
I think it's a reset.
Reset.
We think about that.
How about that?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a factory reset. No, it's just it's an opportunity to actually tackle a couple of areas that I've never. I mean, this is new terrain for me.
As uncomfortable as some parts of his story are to tell, honesty looks good on Charlie Sheen.
No, I'm pretty crazy over time. Doesn't get better. It gets worse. Suddenly on.
These days, he's content playing himself, a clean living father and grandfather who's traded all the bad stuff for a second chance in Hollywood and life.
How would you like to be perceived?
How did you perceive me?
Let me answer this.
Today.
Very honest. Very honest.
Okay.
Funny.
Okay.
You want more compliments?
Just one more. I like things in threes.
No, I think you're quite raw with a lot of, you've had some very, very close calls.
Can I get brave?
You're very brave, Charlie.
Okay, so I'm going to go with honest, funny, and brave. That's how I like to be perceived.
Yes.
So I'm putting that out, right?
Well, you've crawled out of some places that a lot of people wouldn't survive.
Thank you.
Whatever people may have said about you, you have not had a boring life.
No, I've not. No, and didn't write a boring book.
It's funny how that wasn't very skillful, but he just got the other person to tell him how he invented that's how I want to be perceived. He got her to sort of broach it rather than him say it, which is, avoiding the sort of idea of, oh, this is how I want to be perceived. It's very sort of formulaic and sort of didactic. But yeah, it wasn't that skillfully done. It's a bit obvious, and she's very clear. She's very open. She's very alert to what he was trying to do there.
As a result, right?
Right.
Hello, I'm Amelia.
Okay. So yeah, I think SLE for Charlie Sheen. Could he be something like an SEE? I do not see introverted ethics at all. I do not see extroverted logic being valued at all in this person. Question of, okay, well, how is he strong in extroverted logic? Well, okay. There isn't much of an example of that in his life, I guess. Maybe I could look more deeply to find something. Let's see what it gets. I don't know. It's not the focus. Astute, pragmatic business instincts. Okay. There's another example. Is 2012 deal for the FX sitcom Anger Management. Instead of sitting on the standard high upfront salary, due to lower base pay exchange for a massive 1090 syndication stake. This visionary equity deal, which kicked in once the show hit 100 episodes, proved he's a highly savvy business. He was paid more than also when he was doing what's it called? I don't know what it's called. 2.5 Men. He was being paid more than anyone else. This guy knows how to get money from the situation. Human residuals, but it's a decision to negotiate and hold equity, ownership, and back-end participation rights in the shows. Manages narrative. Quickly recognizes the value of his known notoriety. Launched merchandising deals for his catchphrases. So yeah, he does. He can lean in on the extrovert logic. He can think about, okay, how is this going to make money? How is this going to work? How's that? He does that. He just doesn't bring a focus. That's not what he values. He just sort of does that in the background, which is what you would expect of an extroverted logic as a demonstrated function. Rebuilding a production foundation, rather than waiting for traditional studio offers. Part of his business partner Todd Christopher launched the production company SDRC Media to directly produce and steer his own film and television projects. Okay. So syndication deals, that's quite clever. Okay. Yes, I think SLE. Let's move on now to the last person for tonight, which is Moist Critical or Penguin Z. So they have two different YouTube usernames, I guess. I'll see what comes up. Oh, Moist Critical. Okay, that's what's cool. Penguin Zero. Okay, so 2 different accounts. Okay. Charles Christopher White Jr., better known as Critical, Moist Critical, or Penguins Zero. Okay. Anything on Wikipedia about this guy? Right. Yeah, a bit more water, and then we can dive in on this one. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. So let's look at Critical. He's best known for his deadpan humor in gameplay commentary videos and discussions with unusual internet stories, primarily through his YouTube channels, Critical and Penguin Zero, his Twitch channel, Moist Critical. As of November 2025, his main YouTube channel, Penguin Zero, has approximately 17.4 million subscribers, over 12.3 billion total views. Began his career uploading gaming content, focusing on tutorials for glitch. A lot of them did this, really. It's mostly about gaming, then they became other things. PewDiePie, similarly. Was a bachelor's degree in human sciences, focusing on exercise physiology. University of Tampa has been open about personal health challenges, recent pneumothorax requiring surgery, and struggles with obsessive compulsive disorder during teenage years. On content creation, he co-founded the esports organization Moist Esports. Performs as a musician, the comedy rock band The Gentlemen. Yep. She's strongest in anime, video games, drawing. Open at health challenges. Long-term with a veterinarian met in college. Come together and reference their partnership and videos and streams. But White shared a few personal details, which ended mutually in 2023. White confirming split publicly while respecting their privacy thereafter. The single has not confirmed any new relationship. Strong emphasis on privacy in his personal life. Rarely posting updates about relationships or daily routine, social media. Avoiding in-depth discussions of family. Occasionally mentions father and humorous content, provides no further details. Okay. Let's see. Began sharing gaming content on YouTube. He introduced a critical persona in his videos, adopting a distinctive deadpan humor style with a monotone voice, often incorporating ironic observations, a phrase like "as an example" to underscore absurdities. The shift from straightforward gameplay to satirical commentary helped differentiate his channel amid growing competition, leading to viral successes with critiques of bizarre internet phenomena and flawed game designs. And Let's Play simulation and strategy games, contributing to steady growth. And to play for a notoriously difficult browser game, QWOP, which amassed millions of views. Okay. This content evolved further toward broader commentary on weird news stories, memes, pop culture critiques, reducing emphasis on pure gaming while maintaining a signature irreverent tone. This period saw accelerated expansion. Okay. In the streaming era, under the username Moist Critical, he debuted on Twitch with live streams emphasizing unedited gameplay and spontaneous reactions, marking a shift from his pre-recorded YouTube content more interactive formats. Actually, I think PewDiePie started with this rather than the other way around. And content diversification became a hallmark of this period. Critical maintaining near daily YouTube uploads, on which reaction to internet drama, viral trends, and gaming mishaps, whilst Twitch feed focus on relaxed, extended playthroughs of titles like Resident Evil, Apex Legends, with multiplayer sessions with creators like Jacksepticeye. Key events further defines the trajectory amid rapid growth. Through podcasts following controversies involving co-host Jackson Wood, some heated Twitch debate over transgender rights, which consumer Sneeko opted for an indefinite hiatus from the project with some solo content. Okay. What else? Music projects. I haven't got much of an idea at the moment. I'm gonna have to see some stuff on YouTube. Has cultivated a significant presence in internet commentary, often highlighting issues within gaming and online culture through his deadpan delivery. He can dissect controversies in the streaming and content creation spaces, pushing to broad discussions on accountability in digital media. This was evident as testimony via video link, particularly Mitchell versus Jobs defamation trial, where he addressed his 2019 video, He's a Cheater, and the arcade gamer Billy Mitchell, a cheater manipulating Donkey Kong amid Donkey Kong score disputes. Okay. His fan base, affectionately known as the Moist Army, maintains active common communities on platforms like Reddit and Discord, where supporters engage in discussions occasionally rally around charitable causes. He disabled all donation features YouTube and Twitch channels, urging fans to redirect funds to charities instead, citing the global economic climate as discomfort with accepting money from everyday workers. Its move underscores his advocacy for philanthropy over personal gain. He positions himself as an advocate for mental health among content creators, addressing topics like burnout and gaming through discussions on his platforms. He announced an indefinite hiatus from the official podcast on Red Thread, following backlash against co-host remarks deemed sexist and inappropriate, including comments on polyamorous relations with underage girls, as well as debates with streamer Sneeko and transgender Durant into consent. He decided to reduce his chronically online presence. That year, he shared insights on the pressures of constant online engagement, drawn from personal experiences to highlight the need for boundaries in the industry. His commentary series explored creative fatigue, emphasizing sustainable practices amid the demands of streaming and social media. So he quite introverted sensation reasons, just like bring his life back into balance. Similar to what we saw with PewDiePie, maybe. We'll have to see. Okay. Let's look at some YouTube stuff. There we go. Penguin Zero, okay. Dumbest conversation ever. Right. That's the guy, okay.
Part 1. I know. I was an extra in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I know. No autographs. I'm just...
This is the full thing.
Enjoy refreshing raw coconut iced coffee.
Kayak and Fair Sprite
Come
prices
on.
of sites. All you need to do is decide where you want to go. So there, scuba in Bermuda. I can't go. Noted.
I was an extra in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I know. No autographs. I'm just...
Seen by the monotone.
Like all of you, I put my pants on one nipple at a time and wipe my ass.
What is that background? Who is that guy? Is he from Nintendo or something? He's got people jumping out. That's interesting.
Crack after a hard shit with both hands. But I figured I'd go into detail about this. I've talked about it on the official podcast a little bit, but I've never really dove into what it meant to be the world's most spit-on extra. When it comes to being a useless extra in a movie, I'm the cream of the crop. I'm the cream supreme. Does that mean that I'm the best actor in the entire world of acting? I like to think so, but on paper, no, absolutely fucking not. So this story starts like every other good story, every other fairy tale.
Okay, quite sort of irreverent and even self-deprecating humor.
Drained my nuts at a hard jerk-off session. That's not a joke because I genuinely did jerk off. And in that like brief 5 or 10 minutes of just pure euphoria where you feel like you know everything in the universe, like you see the strings that hold it all together, I decided, you know what? I want to pursue some acting. So like every 21st century man, I turned to Google and I was looking up open casting calls and found one for Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It was in Atlanta, and they wanted headshots and full body shots shirtless. I didn't really know how to do this because I didn't have either of those, and I didn't really want to ask my friends because Tinder wasn't exactly around at that time, so I couldn't just play it off as, hey bro, I'm just trying to slay some punani on here, take these cool shirtless pics of me and let me flex real hard real quick. So I didn't want to ask my friends for anything like that, so I thought...
Okay. There's quite physical humor there. Let's see if there's anything else. That's a topic everyone's talking about.
Just got back from the Odyssey. The question, is it any good? The answer...
Wow, that's quite a background.
I'd say it's very good. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I don't think it's Nolan's best film. But it was significantly better than I was expecting, that's for sure. And to pick apart the layers of that onion real quick, I was pretty vocal about how Nolan is one of my favorite directors, but this one was looking like a bit of a miss for me because all the trailers seem to focus on just the heavy-hitting names. Look at this A-lister, and I bet you didn't expect, look at this A-lister, and wait a minute, we're going to subvert your expectations, we got another A-lister over here, and then you thought we didn't have more A-listers up our sleeves? Yes, we do, more A-listers. So, like, the trailers to me felt like it was really relying on just star power, which made me feel like it would just be kind of flat and hollow. I don't like when things just rely on the big draw, the big names for it. I would always like more meat on the bones than that. And I'm happy to report after seeing it, it does not use them as like...
So yeah, you like sort of substance in films, you like integrity in films rather than just focusing on big names.
A crutch to carry a boring or uninspired movie. And many of those large names don't play a big role in the film at all. They were given, like, I wouldn't say cameos because they're like, they're characters that you'll...
Yeah, I don't understand why there's so much focus on Helen of Troy when Helen of Troy is far more of a figure in the Iliad than in the Odyssey. I guess because of the whole, colorblind casting situation. But beyond that controversy, like, Helen's not a major figure. It should be about Odysseus. It should be about Penelope. It should be about Telemachus. Those are like the key people. Yeah.
Know by name if you're familiar with the source material, but they don't have many lines or much screen time. For example, like, we're going to get into spoilers. This is your big spoiler warning. Zendaya, I think, has probably less than 10 lines.
Yeah, that's another thing, because like the gods are quite involved in the Iliad. They're less involved in the Odyssey. You get the sense the humans actually have their own agency more in the Odyssey. So yeah, I don't really understand why they decided putting people in. It was almost, to some degree, I think, why cause all the unnecessary controversy over your movie by hiring people of if they're only going to have a few lines, what's the point? They're just talking about that rather than talking about Matt Damon and his performance, or apparently the person who played Penelope had a great performance, and Hathaway had a very, very good performance apparently. So I don't know. Maybe that's what they wanted. Maybe that's what drummed up the excitement. But also Christopher Nolan's films should speak for themselves.
And maybe like 8 total scenes, all of which are like really quick, where she is always sharing the screen with Odysseus, Matt Damon. So Zendaya, while used as like a big name draw to get asses in seats, is not a big presence in this film. Like, her character is Athena, obviously a very important character, but
that's nothing. Like, why would Zendaya get more? Is she like that popular amongst young people? I have no idea. I mean, I think Matt Damon is and Hathaway are big enough stars anyway.
This film doesn't like focus on that or anything, so her role here wasn't huge. And that's true for so many of these characters. Like, example, Travis Scott, which was the most eye-opening casting decision to me. Travis Scott actually only has 2 scenes, yet was prominently featured in the marketing material, so leading people like myself to believe that Travis Scott had like a big role in the film, which he does not. Again, like, this is true for so many characters and so many of the big names here. Elliot Page, it has maybe 4 scenes total. The list goes on of all of these big names that have caused a big stir leading up to it, and then in the actual film, they're not really in it all that much. But I am
It's quite a sort of sober analysis of the situation.
just confused, wondering why pay the millions upon millions of dollars to get, for example, Zendaya to read 8 lines and appear in a handful of scenes.
Yeah,
that
agreed.
could
Seems
easily
dumb.
Just been going to someone else, and they save quite a handful of doubloons there for it. But I think the answer is pretty obvious. It's Nolan. Any actor in the fucking world will do backflips for him if he asked. So he could get them, and it helps put asses in seats with these big draws. Like, I get it. But again, for me, all of the trailers leading into that so heavily made me feel like this might be a Nolan miss. Happy to say it's really not. I think it's a really good movie. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off and get my biggest complaint out of the way right out the gate here before really diving into the spaghetti and meatballs. There is one huge problem with this movie. It's one that's plagued Christopher Nolan's...
This is quite a sober analysis, quite factual, it seems to me.
I wouldn't say
not
it's
emotive,
because I only really started to notice it with his more recent films. I don't know, maybe Christopher Nolan has some hearing issues or something, so like it sounds amazing to him. But there are so many moments in this film, just like in Oppenheimer, where I literally couldn't understand what they were saying because their words were drowned out by everything else. There are just so many instances where the sound betrays a really good scene or sequence because it just gets like a jumbled mess or sounds like fucking flatulence through a walkie-talkie. Like, I don't know. This has been a critique of Nolan's films for quite a handful of years now, something I pointed out in Oppenheimer as well. How does this keep getting through the Christopher Nolan patch notes? How has the sound not been fixed? It is like the most consistent criticism, I feel, for Nolan's work. It's still present. Like he's doing it as funny. Like he's doing it on purpose, just sitting there giggling like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck with them again. We're gonna torture those eardrums and make you think they're taking crazy pills. Like, I just don't understand, because surely someone in the pipeline here would, turn up and be like, hey...
Essentially, he's focusing also on the sound, how... Is it about understanding what they're saying, or is it about the sound itself and the quality of it? I think it's more of a former.
Adjust it a little bit, but it just doesn't seem to be happening. Now, is it the biggest deal in the world? No. Like, it's just there are quite a few instances in this movie where it's very hard to hear what is being said. It's like, and that's upsetting.
Yeah.
I would say it doesn't ruin any of the scenes. Like I said, it just does take a little bit of the investment out of a couple of sequences. You don't know what the fuck they say. So, like, I don't love that it's still a problem, but it doesn't by any means ruin the film or anything close to that. Boy, how do you know, Nolan? If you don't mind me spitballing a little idea here, I'd say you spruce up that sound mixing. It would help tremendously in a lot of instances here. But anyway, though, I really appreciate the spectacle of this film being so grand in scale, and they didn't just rely on shitty half-baked CGI to achieve it. They did a lot of on-location shooting, practical effects, real sets.
See, he likes the authenticity. He likes sort of the quality of what has been made.
Real props, like they really did commit to.
But I've seen Metatron rip into the armor like so much.
Making this look as like real as possible without just going the.
Not sure the armor looks very real.
CGI route. Now, of course, there is still some CGI in it, but a lot less than you'd expect. And I already know a lot of people are going to get things wrong when it comes to what they point out as being bad CGI. I can already see it happen. Like the Cyclops, for example. The Cyclops is actually a animatronic puppet that they use. Now, obviously, there's going to be
really?
CGI, but it is like a physical thing there for like the entire Cyclops sequence. That's very impressive. It's something that I feel is kind of a lost art in a lot of Hollywood these days because CGI is so much cheaper and faster.
True.
So I really appreciate bucking that trend to be more practical, even on something of that size and that caliber. And I think it looks great here. I think the entire sequence with the Cyclops is very tense, very well shot, really builds tension in a very, very unusual way for Nolan, to the point where it almost like teeters on like a horror movie scene. Granted, not like the best horror movie ever, like it's nothing like that's, game-changing in terms of its composition there, but I thought it was still very effective in the way that it was utilized, and it made for a very...
There's quite a bit of extroverted logic in here, to how he's... in terms of what he's focusing on here, which is about, okay, can I hear what you're saying? Oh, are you using these practical effects well? That's what's coming across quite a bit here. And even what is the material point or the use of having this person playing this sort of character when you have to build them, that they build that much for it? So there's quite an extra logic there.
A satisfying experience with the Cyclops, and watching Odysseus and his men have to navigate that. They go to their next wacky and wild adventure.
What in the dust is going on here? This splash dust magnet is effective on 100% of dust and has my place back to clean in no time.
TUI gives you more. More confidence you got the best deal thanks to the TUI price match promise.
I really appreciate the scale of it and just how great the adventure felt to go on. It's mainly a film about Odysseus and his men trying to get home. Of course, you still have the other elements at play, like with his son. and what's going on at home with Penelope and the suitors, that's all still there. But the bulk is you're following Odysseus and his men after their hard-fought victory in Troy, after so long away from home. They now are on this grueling voyage to make it back. And along the way, keep getting lost and encountering new obstacles.
I should probably not play this video much more, just in case people don't want spoilers around the Odyssey. So let me try something else. I'm getting more of an idea from him. Can't believe I'm talking about this again. No.
Really didn't think there was a dimension in the multiverse where I would be making another video talking about the Technoblade LARPing stuff. I just made a video about how I find it to be weird and distasteful. It's not in good taste, and there's certain things about it I find to be disrespectful, to be honest. The fact that Techno LARPer reached out to Technoblade's father asking permission to impersonate his deceased son, never got a response, and took the silence as permission to just go ahead, go hog wild, hit the gas, and do it anyway until he's told otherwise. Basically, better to ask for forgiveness than permission. I just found that to be, no matter how you spin it, odd, and seemingly not caring about how the father of this beloved YouTuber would feel about you making a career off pretending.
This seems quite introverted ethics. So you've had more of an extroverted logic in that previous analysis, now it's more introverted ethics.
To beat him, even going so far as to play with his friend Skeppy while still in character as Technoblade LARPer. And I just made it clear that I don't like it. I don't. It rubbed me the wrong way, but overall I didn't think he was like a malicious guy, and I still don't. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I think that he is...
And that's a very introverted ethics thing. It's not, he's not been disrespected. It's not about reputation. It's about how that man might personally feel, given that he's the father, and it rubs him the wrong way personally. He doesn't like the father's that disrespectful. It's an introverted ethics sort of thing.
Really lost in the sauce here and is doing everything to try and make it seem like he's on the morally correct side of things and that you're okay to disagree, but if you do disagree, please don't have the whole context, and actually this is a good thing he's doing. He came in my stream tonight to talk to me about my video missing actual context that painted him in a bad light. Now everyone's scared. I think referring to like the other LARPtubers. Now he said that as a result of this story blowing up, which by the way was blowing up well before I talked about it. Again, Matt was the one that put this on my radar in the first place. It was already big. And as a result, he said that he got doxxed and that his family was even getting like death threats and stuff, which obviously is something no sane person condones. I never encourage harassment of any kind. All I was doing was giving my opinion on how I felt about it, which is I don't like it. I never would ever advocate for that kind of treatment. Anyway, as for like the everyone scared thing, like everyone's chopping at their nails, tinkling their britches for whatever reason and blaming me for it, I'm a little confused there because I made a strong point saying that I am aware of the LARPtubing community and I actually really like it. That it's entertaining, it's silly, it's fun, it's wholesome. So like I don't know where that's coming from. TechnoLARP is an entirely different beast for very obvious reasons. This is like comparing
Right, okay.
cereal to fucking nitroglycerin. Like this is night and day differences with the other LARPtubers. TechnoLARP is in an entirely different ballpark. Technoblade passed away 4 years ago from cancer, and it has still left a void in the community that will never be filled, obviously. And then TechnoLARPer comes in, and he just one-to-one recreates the content, the style, and everything, and then even plays with Skeppy. So it feels as though he is stepping in to try and be like the Technoblade replacement. And even if he denies that, in the context that he's referring to is that Skeppy apparently reached out to him to schedule the collab. That doesn't change things. And I do have a screenshot of that in the video. It's just not something I paid any attention to because that's not what's important. It's the fact that it happened at all. You could have said no. You could have said, no, this crosses a line and I'm not comfortable doing something like this because it feels like now I'm trying to integrate into a community to continue LARPing as your deceased friend, which is not something that is healthy for people that are still very clearly dealing with this loss. And if you really wanted to play with him, because obviously he looked up to Technoblade, TechnoLARPer that is, and I imagine his friends as well, then play with him, but as yourself. Not Technoblade. So anyway, we had
there are multiple aspects here of introverted ethics coming into this. Both the idea, okay, you've been almost reached out and invited to do this thing, but really, this person's died. You're playing with people's emotions, and it's not appropriate to pay people's emotions in these circumstances. And if you really want to come in, you should just be yourself. You shouldn't be someone else. You shouldn't go without that authenticity. You are LARPing, so therefore X, Y, Z. So introverted ethics is definitely playing a role here.
A lot of back and forth throughout the stream, and he even implied that I should make a follow-up video now with the additional context, which I don't think adds anything here. I still think this is a bad look because it was still your choice to do it. Even if you were reached out to first, you still had every opportunity to say, no, this feels like it crosses a line into like, you know, like a replacement type of thing, like integrating too deeply into the community while pretending to be Technoblade. So it doesn't. To me, I don't think it changes anything, which is why I didn't make like.
Yeah, and he expects him to be discerning, to turn down this rather than say yes to this. For him, it's like, no, you should be able to, you should have the discernment to turn this down, even if someone reaches out to say this is not appropriate to do. Yeah, it's introverted ethics with potentially some introverted intuition. I'm not 100% sure yet on that. But there's, yeah,
like a strong point about it. But anyway, I wanted to show you how this conversation went. And just off rip here, I want to mention a couple things I find to be very important because I felt schmeckeldorfed when I was learning some new things about Techno LARPer.
What does that mean?
Directly from him.
What does schmeckeldorf mean? What does that mean? Right. He tripped or conned. Okay, fine.
I think a lot of other people have been at least somewhat misled on the whole kit and caboodle here of Techno LARPer. I was under the impression, as well as many others, that there was money going to charity through Techno LARPer making this content. In his description, it said, still deciding charity earnings. So the implication is the content is generating money that is solely used for charity. That is not the case. And after the stream where we went back and forth in this conversation, he changed it to, I do not have monetization enabled, just full stop. And something I talked about in the last video is a tweet where he said he wasn't going to make money off it unless he got Techno Dad's blessing to do so. I was a little confused on what that meant, if he was trying to earn personally or for charity.
Again, okay.
So many people like myself were under the impression that all of this was done with no like financial gain on his own end or anything like that.
Okay, it's dishonesty as well. It isn't like.
And that was something that was used as a defense.
Okay. Let's see what else there is. That's a rare video or quite a common sort of video? It starts what? We'll try that one.
I got stuck in a random country again. These layovers happen way too often, but this time I'm not panicking because I actually have to.
Okay.
Give yourself a big pat on the back. Oh, come here, you. Oh, whoa! Look how high you're going. Yeah, that's me hoisting you up and tossing in the air.
It's sort of over the top expression, but in the way which someone who doesn't focus on extrovert ethics can do, because it's sort of deliberately overdone.
Fight against the degenerate menace known as AI that's coming to butt fuck everyone's face here, just going absolute insane.
Quite a lot of sort of physical, sexual kinds of humor he uses, I noticed.
Style being integrated into everything, and has just been overly detrimental, overly annoying. And one in particular that I and everyone else on the planet was yapping about, just fucking flapping our gums on, was Instagram proudly coming forward with the fucking red nose honking it and all the clown makeup, proudly proclaiming that they are introducing AI in a much bigger way to their platform, one that's already plagued by so much AI garbage already, one that they've also said that they want to have AI accounts on, so that way you're never alone. There's always engagement from your best pals in the AI universe there, giving you updates and shit. And they had another terrible idea in their think tank, one more ace up their sleeve, which was their Muse tool, and that they are unveiled, and we're giving every user
again sort of harsher criticism of what these corporations are doing and how you shouldn't trust it, essentially.
Tools to just directly start stealing anyone's content that was a public Instagram account. All you had to do was tag their handle. and then you could take any of their photos and AI generate your own slop off of it. And any sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe was calling out how dog shit that was. Just so over the top, scummy trash. And everyone was insulting them, and everyone was bullying them, and it finally led to something. They pumped the brakes, they walked it back. They have now announced that they are not going to be having that as a feature anymore.
You see, the extra presentation, I think, seems more valued from this. Harsh judgment is in play here. The insults, the bullying worked. It's a good thing the bullying worked. So, yeah, I'm leaning more Gamma from this presidential debate. We can see some of that. How's he react to this?
How come he's not watching the debate? I never watch the debates.
He never watches the
I've been
debates.
somewhat interested in watching just because of how outrageous it seems, and from all the clips I'm seeing, it's even more so than I expected with Joe Biden actually not being able to put together a sentence. I just clicked on the first article that came up when it said debate, and I'm getting like a transcription. My son was not a loser. He's not a sucker. You're this.
Maybe it's not the best one to see.
Let's do this,
Let's do this one.
How do footballers call the ball into the net from a corner? Why didn't they do it more?
But yeah, so far I'm thinking he's more likely to be a Gamma at this point. Which one? I don't think LIE. He's got more introverted ethics than that. Not sure which one right now. I don't think SCE either, to be fair.
I ate a Brillo pad once when I was a kid. Went into the cupboard and just chowed down.
There's a sense of both sort of discerning, harsh judgment, also a certain amount of chill factor as well. So, I don't know yet.
If you don't know what Brillo pads are, they're little steel wool pads with soap on them. So I was basically the first Tide Pod eater, the patient zero. You didn't know that? My mom didn't tell you? That's weird. Thought you two were close. Speaking of eating, though, I did see that a food review YouTuber got into a bit of a tiff at a deli when he was reviewing a sandwich when another patron started chirping and expressing some very strong feelings about what he was doing. And this interaction blew up online. Apparently on TikTok, that shit went double platinum. Even the full uncut version on his channel, UA Eats, has like over 3 million views. And I think it's because in instances like this, usually it's the YouTuber that's the fool, the jester that everyone doesn't respect, and they look like big assholes. Because it is very easy to dislike streamers and YouTubers, because in a lot of cases, they're like disruptive or being a nuisance to the people around them, something I talk about a lot.
Again, he's talking about, okay, usually it's this guy who comes across as an asshole, that sort of thing. He focuses on these sorts of videos a lot.
They treat others in public as like their little props to exploit for their content. But in this case, the food reviewer, UA Eats, I think was very much in the right. And the guy that was, you know, squealing at him was the big asshole.
Oh man, I really wanted to enjoy my food. You'll stop doing that. I'm low. I was here first. I was here first. What's the difference between me doing this and talking to someone next to me? Don't worry, I'm gonna put on some music for you. All right, go ahead. I asked the people around me. They said it's fine. You came. I was here first. It's a public place. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm allowed to talk. But if I were talking on the phone, would that be different? There you go.
Dude put him in the scholars, mate, right there. He just popped over his king there when he made the comparison. If I was talking on my phone, would it be any different? Goober had no response. That was crickets right there. But then his girlfriend said it'd be equally as annoying, which desperately fishing for something to respond with when she knows that's not true, because you would literally hear other people in the deli talking to each other or potentially talking on the phone. So how would him being on the phone be equally as annoying unless he was being really loud?
Sure.
Which, if he was, I would be more understanding of, but he wasn't, and you'll see that here in a moment. So he is just trying to review this sandwich here, and this couple sits down.
Okay, so what's he doing? He has a YouTube channel where he responds to different things on the internet, certain things, certain dramas. He gives his personal view on the situation. It's clearly what's going on here. Who was in the right, who was in the wrong. Okay.
next to him and instantly expresses that they don't like what he's doing and they want him to stop. And he's saying, look, man, I was here first. I could do this. I could review this. And he's like, oh, okay. I'll put on some music then. So he was going with the Galaxy Brain strategy of playing DMCA music to try and get the video demonetized for him. So he's like somewhat savvy to online behavior, because that is something you can't do, and it does butt fuck whoever's like recording there, because then they can't make money off the ad revenue. Well, I mean, with to a certain extent, they could like edit around it or like erase the song with like the YouTube editing
Yeah,
tool.
that is smartly disruptive.
So that is a real strategy that sometimes people employ. He never actually plays the music. It was more of just like a empty threat of doing so. But regardless, it's such an unnecessary interaction because they chose to sit next to him there when there were others.
It's a similar sort of thing
to everyone else that comes into this here. And initially, I thought this might have been staged for the sake of like a viral video to help blow up his channel.
What's this one? And
I watched a body cam the other day on stream, and I still think about it and make references to it, even though it wasn't like the craziest body cam ever. The protagonist was like if you tried to create Alex Jones in a lab just off of the cliff notes. And it was so interesting, the monologues he was going on. And I've been so back and forth on like what caused it, because at the time I thought maybe like drug related, which they did find like pills on his person, but I don't think the pills would cause that, or if it was like an actual mental health issue. But when I tried to look into this guy, it doesn't seem like that's really the case. I have to take a shit, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That was very sad, though. All right, time to watch the most.
What was very sad?
Meltdown ever caught on body cam. Why was it sad? It was no poop, only fart. That was
okay.
The most unshat shit ever caught in my butt.
You brothers, don't write this man! Like to rip the sign your face off and
This is not
Goodness.
the aftermath of a
Cool
quiet
guy.
but a simple trespassing complaint
Who is that? Alex Jones's dad?
that spiraled out of control when one man unleashed such extreme rage that it tested the patience of everyone involved, turning it into a case no one saw coming.
Yo! Why the color?
Don't you see this one?
I ate a
Alright.
Brillo pad once when I was a kid.
So I got the idea. I got the idea of a sort of videos that he makes. It's him reacting to stuff on the internet. And rather than the sort of emotive reaction of PewDiePie, it's it's either personal judgment of character, who was out of order, etc., or it's actually, in the case of the film, a more sort of technical analysis of what they did and how they did that. I'd say this body cam video is truly crazy. Do you mean the guy in it who was ranting and raving, or do you mean Critical and his response? If it's the latter, sure, I can watch that video. It's the format. I don't need to show the video necessarily. People can go see it. Let's see. What was that? Moist Charlie Clips. Skill check. The other channel. What's that about? That's all fake cop body cams. Okay, similar sort of idea. There's like clips of it rather than the full thing. Moist Critical Gaming. What's the other channel? Skill check as well. Because they guess even more celebrities. Friends post other stuff. Guy, yeah, I thought, yeah, exactly. Okay. What's the other stuff? It's what he has networks of friends. It's not like Asmongold just does everything on his own.
App with your name on it, just by thinking about it.
Yes, even more celebrities.
Welcome back to the Guess Who game, where you've been going mad for it. You've been going crazy. You keep requesting it. We put these little guys on our head. We ask questions about them. We figure out who's on our head. Whoever gets this correctly, perfectly made. We love wearing them. I got one on right.
Where is he?
Stood on question 2, I think.
Am I a group? Yes. That's. I think I made no. Right, ballpark.
Yeah.
I think I'm focusing too much on food.
Yeah, I would get out of just food.
Yeah. Maybe I just don't know.
So he does stuff with his friends a good amount here.
If it helps at all, like I don't think most people. He absolutely was.
It's nothing too serious.
You're watching TOC. Are you ready?
All right, you know the game and you love it. It's essentially the Newlyweds game where we see how well we know each other with zanier questions than last time. So it's worth watching. Please stay.
I've sourced my questions, so if you don't like them, you can't yell at me. Here we go. Yeah.
Take it up like from people in this book.
Yeah, I see. What did you think I meant?
Like black market. That's not talking. You actually talking, and then I did like a dumb sound.
What note was that?
That note, that was
The imperfect pitch.
That was
Sounds like a poop sharp, I think.
yes.
All right.
So I would say there's an objectively correct answer to this one.
I'm scared that he's going to do my second answer, which is more of a joke. But you're right. No.
So this is the channel. He just hangs out with other people and does sort of fun activities with them. Right. Okay. What else? What is the other channel he does? Skill check. The rest of the cute crew's on a little D&D. Okay. Warhammer lore. Charlie is right. Okay. Let's do this.
For 3, I'm gonna divination.
Okay, this is a D&D channel. Okay.
That's not bad. That's a good call. That's not bad.
Like magic.
Okay, it's frozen. I'm gonna come out of that. Okay, so he likes D&D basically. Some sort of interaction with others here. Be good. Come on.
Barbecue chicken alert! Barbecue chicken alert! Matt's in the think tank now. He's in the big seat for the Pokemon box.
Time for Pokemon.
Pokemon. What was the last time you opened Pokemon? Was it when we were doing vintage?
Probably like 2019.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
When were we doing vintage? Like, that was like
Ooh.
2020.
It was. Yeah, it's like early 2021, maybe late 2020.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
And I'm back.
Who's your favorite Pokemon again?
I think who would be of all time. I've always loved Bulbasaur.
Wow. Very basic.
Yeah, Bulbasaur was always great.
Yeah, like the first Pokemon in terms of listing.
That's not a wacky one at all.
No, but
No.
it's just the ones that I fondly remember from when I was a kid. Bulbasaur. I loved Pidgeot because everybody thought Pidgeotto was the third evolution. Wow, we just straight through.
Just actually instantly, I just cut you off.
No, you're good. Is that a good one?
It's not a bad one. Every illustration rare in this set's pretty good because there's only was 11 of them. So this one's still $16. It's just a normal illustration rare, and it seems like a cool card to be.
Quite cool. Classic sort of nerd culture stuff here, geeky stuff. But key thing is that he's doing it with other people. He's social in sort of understated way. It's not he's necessarily center of attention.
Any specifics I need to do while opening these?
Nah, I usually just fan them out like this because the thing that.
And yeah, he's also a potty mouth. You know, he has very sexual humor in sort of an understated, monotonous way.
Wagon and my enablers here, Wubby.
Yes, I'm his plug.
Yeah, he gave me a alpha MTG box
Starter deck.
I couldn't resist.
Oh, we can do this one.
And so now he flew out
Just a bit.
and he brought it in this nice gun case for us to open today.
That's right.
And I'm praying for the Lotus, but you're trying to temper my expectation.
I am. This could be fake.
Yep.
This could just be very likely it's shit.
That's fine.
But Could be a Lotus. Could be a $3 million Lotus.
I really hope it is.
That's the most recent one just sold for $3 million.
That's what Drew was saying.
Yeah.
Drew was telling me that they did a private auction for a Black Lotus for $3 million. And it could be right here.
It actually is right there.
You can see it.
Statistically, it has to be
It
there.
feels a little heavier. The Lotus is like what measures like 2.5 grams.
And I did weigh it on the flight, and just like that. They should be face down. That's how they were.
What else is there?
I'm Moist Critical, and this is the Wired autocomplete interview. Penguin Z0, Moist Critical, Charlie, Big Moist, Huge Charles.
Okay.
What is Moist Critical?
Good question.
A 5'6" hulking testosterone titan who makes a bunch of wacky, silly garbage on the internet. What does Moist Critical do for
self-deprecation?
Just post really ridiculous things on the internet.
Again, self-deprecation. I do ridiculous things. There's no attempt to say, oh, you should take me seriously.
Got lucky enough that it enables me to survive. What did Moist Critical do before YouTube? Nothing. I was 10 before YouTube. I didn't have a career or a job. I was
started as
snorting glue and drinking milk. I was just a baby boy. So I used to mow lawns for money, which probably isn't allowed with the child labor laws in America. What is Moist Critical email? Just criticalcontact@gmail. You're gonna have a hard time reaching me there. I did meet one of my best friends through email. His name's Kaya. He reached out a long time ago with a super sad message that really tickled my heartstrings. I replied back. We became good friends through it. But these days, most people just sign me up for cult newsletters and a lot of other like really awful WebMD like hypochondriac bait. But you're welcome to send me something. I probably won't see it though. I'll just give it one of these. Why is Moist Critical Penguin
Still very sort of deadpan, not expressive at all.
Z0? The lore is super simple. I was actually a child. I made the account in 2007. I was 11. I thought penguins were cool. The name Penguin was taken. Not that deep.
Not that deep. Just matter of fact, totally matter of fact communication in terms of why this is the case.
Why does Moist Critical wear white shirts? Convenience. Most of everything I have in my life comes from Walmart, so I just get big packs of white shirts, and that's good enough for me. I'm not out here trying to make any kind of fashion statements, so it's super simple, super easy. Why does Moist Critical...
This guy does not have much, if any, extroverted ethics.
Not me. I couldn't tell you. It's just I have very weird vocal cords. I have a very monotone voice. The best description I've heard of it is that it sounds like an unenthusiastic hand joke. I've been really gravitating towards the word goofy over the last year or so. I like these words that kind of fell out of grace for a while. Old expressions like calling someone an old battle axe or a harpy or a harlot, goofy, silly, wacky. It's like fetal development where you're in like the zygotic stage all the way till birth. Right now I'm in like the goofy development. Why does Moist Critical look like Jesus? I just don't think I do. I just have long hair and I'm short. I don't know if Jesus was short, but other than that, I think that's where the similarities stop. He had like really brown hair. Mine's more black. I don't think I look like him at all, but most people seem to think I do. Is Moist Critical...
Must it pause? Oh, another ad.
The internet is full of travel.
Come on.
Most of them are terrible.
Is Moist Critical in a band? Yeah, it's a two-man band. It's me and my buddy Troy. He's from New Zealand. We are the Gentle Men. Troy does all of the music. I do all the lyrics and vocals. That's why a lot of them are very silly. Like 2019 Guy is all about being a cuck and being super happy about it. And Skynut's all about robots that are powered by human semen from the future. He does all the really good music stuff, and I do all the super stupid stuff. We make a great team. Is Moist Critical from Florida? I was born in Tampa, moved to Orlando, moved back to Tampa in 6th grade, and I've been here ever since. I'm not leaving until Florida's fully underwater, and even then I might still stick around. I don't think I have very many Florida man qualities other than maybe the way I dress, or where I go, I guess. We went to a club called The Castle last week, which is a goth nightclub with a station for paddling and all kinds of like bunk beds, but I don't think I have many Florida man qualities.
SLI, I think, is possible. I'm leaning more ESI at the moment.
Moist Critical, jacked. not to toot my own horn, but I do lift very often. I was a human science major with a concentration in exercise physiologies, but I'm not really jacked. I keep myself lean because I'm 5'6". So if I get jacked, I look like a meatball and it looks really gross. Is Moist Critical scared of cockroaches? Nope. Common misconception. I scream because I'm trying to scare them away. So I'm not afraid of anything except flying. Is Moist Critical scared of flying? What do you know? Yeah, I am scared of flying. It's my main phobia. Really the only phobia. Does Critical have a world record? Not anymore. Every time I get a world record, I post about it, and some goblin out there goes and takes it from me. Most of my previous records were speedrun related, so gaming. Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies. It got taken. I held a record in House of Caravan. Got taken. I did have a record for a little while, kind of, not an official one, for sex toy collecting, but then Belle Delphine beat me. So right now, no world
Why are you
records,
collecting sex
and
toys?
probably never will hold one for long. But I have had previous records. When did Critical reveal his face? 2015, I think. I started posting on Snapchat, doing like recorder covers of popular music, and then I eventually posted that Snapchat in a comment on a video called Paint the Town Red. But I don't think I started putting it in videos until 2016 or 2017.
You wanted to stay anonymous to start off with. I've seen other ESI YouTubers do that. I mean, sort of
Critical
Venn
have
go public.
Discord. I don't go on it super often, only to talk to like friends or do voice calls with friends, but I do have it. That was outrageous. Sorry about that. What is Penguin Z0's favorite anime? Code Geass. It is, I think, a masterpiece. It has one of my favorite endings in all of fiction. I think the whole thing is just beautifully written. What does Penguin Z0?
Interesting choice of Code Geass.
I got an SUV a little over a year ago. I just like the SUV more because I'm very risk averse, so it's a safer vehicle. What is Penguin Z0 favorite game? City of Heroes. It's an old MMO that I think is truly
City of Heroes, that was fun.
in 2012, God rest its soul, but I think it's still an incredible game. There's private servers. I still play from time to time. I guess second to City of Heroes would be Halo 2. Does Charles Christopher White Jr. have a brother? Not that I know of. I'm pretty sure I'm the only child, but I've never really sat my parents down to get to the bottom of it. I'm pretty sure it's just me. Does Charles Christopher White Jr. act in Hunger Games? Don't ask silly questions. You know the answer. Yes. I'm the only thing that held.
It's interesting. He sees us very risk averse, wants an SUV, wants something which feels secure, and no issues. That's interesting.
That entire franchise together, and it's an absolute shame that they didn't call me back for the most recent one. I'm very disappointed with their decision, but I will never forget the time I spent on that set. Is Charles Christopher White Jr. still alive? Yeah. Can Moist Critical play guitar? I tried. I played in middle school. I dropped it in high school. I haven't really touched it since. I can do Tears Don't Fall intro still, I think. But other than that, nothing else. How did Moist Critical get famous? I didn't. You've been misled. I just post shit on the internet, and some people watch it, and that's really about it. But I guess maybe the Hunger Games would be another answer to that. When does Moist Critical stream? Pretty much every night. Times vary. All very spontaneous. Sometimes I don't stream every day. You never really know. You gotta stay on your toes. Does Moist Critical use a script? Nope. Fire on the camera, talk about absolute nonsense, and that's about the extent of the effort that goes into that. Unless we're doing something like wrestling. With wrestling, we plan out a lot of what goes on beforehand, but when it's just a normal video, it's super simple. I just start talking about some really goofy shit, and that's about it. Thanks for having me on. A big fuck you to the Hunger Games for not bringing me back. District 8 Hospital Helper is the only glue that held that disheveled franchise together.
Right. Let's see if there's an interview of him. It's interesting. He still has sort of different usernames. Doesn't try to unify that at all. Aaron pulls a serious conversation with me. It's 20 women at once. See that one.
Why is everyone saying techers? What's it mean? And how should I use it without sounding weird?
Come on.
Search like never before. Seeking daily energy.
Sort of Mr. Beast-like videos.
Welcome back to the other channel. Today we have a super exciting episode. Charlie fell back into his virgin tendencies, so today we're trying to help him find love. We brought in 20 girls to speed date him.
Welcome to the other channel's first ever 20v1. And who better to put in the hot seat than the main man, Charles himself? First round's going to be super simple, just basic introductions. Charlie will swipe left or right to decide which people he wants to take to the next round.
He's 26.
Hey, Caleb.
He doesn't seem comfortable in this.
It's a yes.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm 26.
Hey, Danny. Yes.
Everybody. The way he said it was so like,
what is the point if he says yes to all of them?
I'm Madison and I'm 23.
Hey, Madison. Yeah. No, make him do the swipe vote.
He's not gonna just say no to someone just based on physical appearance.
Yeah.
Well, no, he doesn't want to do that.
Hey, Alyssa. Yeah.
He can't.
Lorena,
He feels it'd be cruel to say no to anyone.
why didn't we even put this stuff in the profile? Hey guys, check out the new merch. Oh, what the fuck? New hoodie. Check out so fucking cool. And the old merch. It looks so good. Whoa.
Hi, I'm Ditzy and I'm 28.
Hello. It's a yes.
He's just not gonna say no. He's not gonna say no.
Hello. Yeah. Matt, I'm weeding him out right now.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm 21.
Hey. Do you think you're getting a yes or a no?
Getting a yes. What do you think?
It's a yes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, an SLI is more likely to be clueless enough to actually say no to someone.
Wait, did he not ask the question?
He did. He said,
no, he said
you a yes or no.
Well, I'll go with Roger P. Henson.
Fire. Yes. If that works.
I don't think he knew who that was.
No, he had no idea who that was. Right? Yes. Okay. And what same question? Do you like him? What don't you like about him?
I think that he busts out some pretty good dance moves at the club.
You've seen him dance. That's an automatic yes. All right. I'll just let that go on. She goes to some of the clubs we go to, so she's seen me busting out some of like the mean body waves. The where's my hood at?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
All right. Let's start. Tell me.
Right. Okay. I'm going to do something else. Let's try this one.
Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time.
Very Gamma show.
Lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just like shooting the shit with me for a little bit, and he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was
reasons for ESI. There's a lot more emphasis on harsh judgment than ancient rules, kind of good faith judgment. This is in the videos I've seen. When someone said, "Well, they asked me, so no, you should have said no." It's basically what he said. It's like that's leaning far more towards the harsh judgment. He seems to also focus on videos of people just doing stupid stuff or acting in an entitled way or an arsehole way and sort of commenting on that and how they're being a bad person. There is the goofy stuff, but it's more of the goofy stuff of like, I'm not doing anything for my image. I'm just gonna do stuff which I enjoy and being quite grounded. So the introvert sensation is there. There's a relatability. I think he has good friendships as well and doing things. He's not just oh, I'm going to do things in the flow of my process when I'm doing it. He's actually quite happy to have people around him riffing off him at the same time. SLIs are more flow focused. They like to work on their own, because like to go into their flow without any kind of disruption. ESI don't need that as much. The whole idea of, oh yeah, I'm actually quite risk averse, and I want my SUV to be just protected as possible. It's almost setting what is possible. I'm ruling out negative possibilities, negative risks. I'm saying no to those things. It's more determined than it is exacting, whereas SLI is more of an exacting type. So a few reasons there why I think ESI makes more sense. I don't actually think he's weak in ethics. Even that video he's saying yes to everyone. He can't say no to someone based on just how they look on the video. It would humiliate them, so he doesn't want to do that. So you see there's a decency there, there's lack of cruelty there, and that's like, well, it wouldn't be cruel, it might be a bit clueless enough to maybe say that at one point. He's not. So there's an ethical consciousness to him, but I think it's quite clear there. There's no regard for extroverted ethics, but there is some sense of, okay, it's cruel to do something just humiliating for someone else. So there's a little bit there, but it's purely serving introverted ethics. It's not a total blind spot. Yeah, those are the reasons why, and that harsh judgment. I'm thinking ESI from that.
Even my technology, I think.
What's the idea of having a conversation with Aaron Paul? Like,
because my mic, for some reason, set itself to like.
Right, deliberately wanted to talk to someone in particular and talk about that. The introvert ethics seems to be quite strong in there.
Shy and like quiet and timid, because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get them off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to like cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
Oh, man, it's an honor for me.
I don't know what Aaron Paul's type is. I know that Jesse Pinknell is very Gamma SF.
Too.
I know that's what he's most well known for more than anything else, is that. So maybe there's also a Gamma connection there, Gamma SF connection, where he really, really wanted to talk to the guy who paid Jesse Pinknell out of all people.
Praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good
You say he's fluidly social. He's
kind of wanted to shoot this shit, man. I don't really. He's like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted.
Not a big interview guy.
Talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Talk about wacky stuff, not a particular agenda. You guys just want to bond with a guy.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right. I love it. My family and I we live in Paris now, and so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah.
I just don't think his ethics is weak. Also, what is the extroverted logic aspect of what he does? It seems more social, relational. I don't really see what extroverted playing that much of a role, but it's there, right? He's aware of, talk things in terms of effectiveness, in terms of the film analysis, fine, but it's not really him making an extroverted logic contribution in the same way. Let's see if there's anything else which may be helpful. Let's try that. No. There we go. That'll make it so it's... Oh, it's a 1, not an I. There we go. That's why. Dry, deadpan delivery, absurd metaphors, anti-sensationalist commentary. Yep. Consistently maintains a low production aesthetic while covering a massive audience through the following core themes. Deadpan humor and satire. Absurd metal. Everyman aesthetic. So you can see the internet drama and critique. The emphasis on the drama is important here. It's odd for an SLI to be caught up in drama and critique. This is the extroverted sensation aspect. Internet beefs, odd media video games with grounded common sense approach. Let's try something. Does he evidence more good faith judgment or harsh judgment? Because from what I've seen, harsh judgment from him more than good faith judgment, and it does seem to me that he is easygoing in terms of the social relational side, but then if you cross a boundary, you see that harshness come out. Even the idea of literally bullying and insulting, I think, Meta into backing down, that's extroverted sensation as well. It's unusual for an SLI. What it says here, Collins says heavy in good faith judgment with harsh, abrasive vocabulary. He generally avoids to jump to conclusions with multiple sources of evidence of emotional filming. Really believes in individuals being unfairly dogpiled, taken out of context. Okay. The harsh delivery. No, but what about... Okay, what about Technoblade? Techno LARP. There we go. He immediately condemned the premise. He then de-escalated. No, okay, but that's not okay. That's not quite. Remain firm and unyielding. That's not good faith judgment. That's not. I think it's just getting the wrong end of the stick from what I'm saying. That still sounds like harsh judgment to me. Okay, no, he does listen for the facts. Doesn't mean much. Eljo Queen says he seems so laid back from the ESI. ESIs can be pretty laid back. Their introverted sensation is their strongest non-valued element. So that groundedness, that chill, is actually what you'd expect of an ESI and LSI as well. They both show chill. They're just very, very stubborn in their judgments and unyielding in their judgments, whether it's personal judgment for an ESI or logical criteria for LSI. But beyond that, there is that laid back quality. They are the ones which retire to the farm, to the easygoing everyday life after that, which is kind of what I'm seeing here. And it's harsh language throughout as well. It doesn't mean he's unfair. It doesn't mean he screams at anyone. I say that is no, he's not. You know, he's not an out of control EIE. You know, he's not dramatic necessarily. It's sort of measured, but still forming an attitude. And as even it said there, it started with the condemnation first and foremost. Okay. Let's see. Who comes up with most of the... No, is that right? Let's see what else we can say. In what ways is most critical a stubborn person? I keep things in what ways, because every type stubborn in different ways. His stubborn is a defining feature of his online identity of presenting his unyielding adherence to his own principles, personal comfort, systemic worldview. With rigidity, able to maintain authenticity, feasible to critical, creating conversational blind spots. The anti-debater, he firmly, openly despises formal debating. He uses alters conversational style to fit it. During his clash with Sneeko, Freely said he just wanted a standard conversation, going visibly dug in and unyielding when he realized he was being pulled to a structured ambush debate. So, okay. Yeah, in that situation, what was he stubborn over? He sees the power play going on. He refuses to play that sort of play ball on that one. Heavily criticized by opposing fan bases or factions, difficult to rarely back down or clarify. He doubles down his position, occasionally choosing to abruptly scale back or walk away from the entire project. This sounds to me like someone who does not value extrovert intuition. Exact same minimalist white t-shirt in front of a camera set for over a decade. Standard industry evolution trends like professional lighting, advanced editing. So that's extrovert. That is the extroverted ethics stubbornness. He just doesn't. He doesn't go. He's a contrarian type rather than an obstinate type. Hyper-focus on semantics, into a single specific phase of word used by a poet and refuse to let it go. To come back to that lonely to prove a logical contradiction, so at the expense of addressing his broader argument. Hyper-fixating rather than seeing the broader point. So that's not introverted sensation valuing. Once is another thing. Once his mind is made up of a situation, he rarely incorporates new angles or fluid shifts of perspective during the video's runtime. So yeah, the extroverted intuition as a vulnerable function, I think, makes sense. He doesn't just immediately jump to a conclusion. Although he did condemn the Technoblade quite quickly. But what he does seem to do is once he made his mind up, he doesn't easily change it. Yeah, I think he's okay. Let's try the other way. In what ways a fluid and open person is known for his stubborn, immovable stances. His massive longevity on YouTube is equally built on his fluidity and openness. He balances rigid opinions, finding adaptable to his business, content formats, and personal growth. So he is not. He's fluid in the logic and suggestible in the logic. Broad media diversification. There's a pragmatic aspect there. Expanded entirely different industries. Willing to experiment, he funds or hosts or funds bizarre niche subcultures simply because they interest him. Promoted, funded and contributed slap fighting, professional tag, obscure card opening streams. Okay, they're just games. These are just games with people. It's a social aspect. He publicly recants mistakes. That I think is stand for Gamma and Delta. Adapting content based on fatigue or stubborn about individual opinions. His attitudes towards people is where he's stubborn, I think. He's high fluid regarding his broader content strategies. He don't express a genuine exhaustion, specific drama reaction, who adjust to shift folks back to gaming, light-hearted content. He's pragmatic. So he's not obstinate, he's contrarian. He's set in his style and his attitudes. And I think he's also determined, not exacting. He's not particular about things being placed a certain way. He is particular over, okay, this is the scope of possibility I've decided based on my assessment. Which is why that is the more conventional idea of stubbornness. Lifting up small creators. The open door policy comes to smaller underground personalities, finds unknown animators, indie games. So this idea is not being cruel to others, giving, if someone is an underdog, he will do what he can to help the underdog sort of situation. That's a nice guy thing. He adapts, seems to the energy of the creators when guest starring their platforms. With a particular high energy and gaming lobbies, intense podcasts, he modifies his role from direct leader to supportive straight man. So he's socially capable. He's set in his attitudes, but there is a sense that he does have a strength in both introverted and extroverted, a lot of extroverted ethics, even though he's really all about the introverted ethics. Yeah. I think multiple reasons here why I think ESI makes more sense than SLI. He's laid back in... Where is he laid back? He's laid back in his style. He is laid back in, the jokes he says, the emphasis on socializing. He is not laid back in his attitudes at all. He is not laid back in, once he's made a decision, sort of then changing it. He doesn't seem to do that, or be very open to doing that. Why he's cool, quite stubborn, will just walk away from it. So, yeah, that's why I think ESI. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I should get to bed now, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for your super chats. It's greatly appreciated. I hope you all have a lovely week ahead of you. Take care now. All right.